Hello and welcome to Live Code Happy Hour, special super long special edition. I'm your host, Andrew Barnes, here with my steadfast co-host, Brad Tilton. We'll get into introductions in just a second. This is going to be a more informal live coding session. We're going to be doing this for 4 hours. And so I know I'm going to be transitioning spaces. Brad's already outside. He's got some rain. He might have to move inside at some point. So just we're going to be flexible today and roll with it because we got a lot of stuff in our backlog to work on. So Brad, give us an introduction.
All right. Hey, everybody. This is Brad Tilton. I'm a developer advocate with the developer program here at ServiceNow. I've been doing ServiceNow development for 12-ish years and excited to be here on this extra long show and excited because we don't quite know what to expect. So we'll be doing some development for sure, though.
Absolutely. Thanks, Brad. And I'm Andrew Barnes, also developer advocate here at ServiceNow. Super excited to be here today. I've been on the platform for a little over 6 years. Been at ServiceNow as of tomorrow, 2 years. I think it's tomorrow.
Nice.
Because I forgot in the intro, happy September 2nd, 2020 is today. And so I specialize in integrations, custom applications, and large-scale management of large-scale development deployment. So we're gonna, it's a little early for both of us, so we won't be introducing our beverages. I've got a non-alcoholic beverage so far. So we're changing things up. We're doing different things. So today we have got a bunch of stuff in our backlog, and we're going to just start knocking them out. So traditionally, we focus on like one big thing on the show at a time. Today, we're going to start by looking at our backlog. We're going to pick a couple of things, assign them to Brad and I, and we're going to work on them. We might work on some of them together. We might work on some of them separately. Well, we'll work on some of them separately. We'll switch back and forth who's got the ball of sharing their screen. So we're going to be, we're going to do a little bit of peer developing. What do they call that? Extreme programming. When we're doing it together, that paired programming, and then we'll also be doing some programming separately, but sharing together. And so we're just rolling with it today. So we're also both smoking some meat. Hey, that's what we can introduce. What do you have in your smoker, Brad?
Ooh, yeah, I don't think you can see it from the camera, but I have a slab of beef ribs. So they're the real thick Dino ribs or beef chuck ribs, whatever you want to call them. So they've
It
been
was
on
hard
there
to tell in
since.
your picture
Yeah.
even what they were.
Yeah.
I was like, well, that's just a big slab of meat.
They've been on for about 5 hours so far, and probably need to go at least another 3. So.
And
Yeah.
I'm doing a couple of pork shoulders, and I'll show that up on the stream when I move outside. So some pork butt, and I did them in 2 different styles. I did one with a dry brine and one with a wet brine. So we're gonna, do a little comparison. And mine have been on since 5 hours as well. So
Nice.
I think we put them on roughly the same time there, just different time zones. So, Brad, are you going to pull up our Agile board and show us what we've got in our backlog?
I can do that. Let me share my screen here.
Awesome.
In just a minute. Oh, you have to let me share.
Oh, I mean, I guess. If I want you to share, that's reasonable. There you go.
All right, let us share my Chrome window.
And we may have, I believe Chuck will be joining us, dropping in at some point. We may have Dave Slusher drop in as well. So again, this is a little different than usual, but we're gonna have fun.
All right. My screen looks a little off on the
It does.
stream.
I'm working
on there
on
we
it.
go.
Just a little bit lower as well. Let's see
Let me
that.
Do that, and I'll zoom in here.
That should be. All right, there we go. We've got our backlog. Sweet. Let me see if I can pull up in this screen. Oh man, you're not using the Agile board?
I can use the Agile board.
I just left a sprint planning session, and so I was like, "Oh, more backlog, Agile boarding," and then you just pull up the list of stories. Made me laugh. So click into sprint planning, and you should be able to see all of those stories in the backlog there.
There we go.
And we've got our sprint define, which is the long live code happy hour. Nice. And so our product owner, us, didn't prioritize this backlog. So we're just going to sort of pull in the things we think we can accomplish today.
That's right.
So they're in order, but they're not in priority order. They're just in the order that they got created. So one thing I want to do for sure is I want to knock out the cleanup live stream form. And I'll probably even make some more stories to clean up some other views as well.
Cleanup live stream form. All right.
Yeah, could you drag that up into our sprint? Sweet.
Get up there. There we go. All right. So we've got that one.
That's pretty small, but it needs to be done. So what do you want to pull up in?
So I have some of these
cook ones. Nice.
MVP candidate and dev program resources ones that I have to finish by the end of the day tomorrow. So it seems like
that sounds like you should move those straight to the top of the list.
Can I multi-select in here?
You cannot.
Ooh.
Oh, I legit just upgraded this thing to Paris. That might be a new feature.
Here, there we go.
The last Agile board I was in was New York, and you can't multi-select in there.
Boom. There we go. So I've got these, and then
Nice.
we have some cook ones that since
Just
we're
because
cooking
it seems
today.
like, really handy to maybe weave one of them in.
Yeah. So I kind of want to do this one
I kind of want to do that one too.
because that's the one as I was using the app today to manage my cook. I thought I would really like to. I'd really like to be able to take some pictures and do some things from the app. All right, so I've got a bunch of them in here. What else should we move in?
I want to finish the artifact of blog creation that we did on a prior show.
All
And
right,
I don't remember where it stopped, but we never deployed it to production. So I want to finish that one
let's do it.
because we did work, but didn't start using it because I think it was a little shy. Fix the Zoom link to be the other Zoom. Yeah, I'll do that one on the show for sure.
All right.
All right. Is that enough to get us started? This isn't true sprint planning we're doing here.
I think we should be able to get started.
I think we can get started. And this isn't the sprint planning show. This is the developer show. So let's do some developing. Do you want to start off on one of your MVP ones and work on that together, or do you want me to start on the something simple like the live stream form, or do you want to dive right into the MVP candidate one? Is there one that makes most sense for us to work on together?
It's a good question. Maybe the redirect to homepage. I don't know. Maybe the cook one we could start with.
Okay. I think we could definitely start with that. I don't know if it benefits from both of us, but let's do it.
I mean, we could do one of the other ones.
No, I'm on board. I agreed.
Right. Let's do it. All right. So the cook one is in my developer instance, and just some background on this. This is the application that we built to manage cooking sessions, which for us is likely long smoking sessions. But you could, manage anything where you've got recipes and cooks. So let's look at. I have an active cook here, which is beef ribs for live coding happy hour.
What I didn't do was put in something, because I didn't think we'd get to it today, was getting my temperature reader into your cooking app integration done. Because I don't have the same probes you do, the same brand.
That's right. All right. So what we have here is we have the current cook that I'm working on, which is these smoked beef ribs. And this is in my offset smoker. I'm using post oak wood splits and have the fireboard. So in a previous show, we created the data model. And then another thing that we did was we wrote an integration using IntegrationHub to the fireboard thermometer. So you can see in here that I have these logs down at the bottom, and these are not wood logs. I should have called it something else, but we could change that sometime. So at different times, I have done things like I actually need to add one here. We could do that now. So I've got 7 of these logs, and then I have this temperature related list where every time I add a log entry, it goes out and grabs the current temperature of both my ambient temp for the pit, which for the last one here was 211, and then the temperature of the however many probes I have in the meat, which right now is just 1, and it's at 157. So
that makes sense.
I'm going to add a new one for, I added some fuel right before the show started. So we'll just call it. So I have a, oh, I didn't show it. So I've got this field for an image here. And what I want to be able to do is do this from my phone, not from the web. So I want to fire up the app, hit a button, take a picture, and then have it auto create this. And then long term, I'd really love to use an image recognition library and have it auto categorize if it can recognize what the picture has been taken of. So which probably is easiest for the fuel or added food. And then one thing we can see is that I have 2 new temperatures since I added this log entry, and
because it went and
have these
grabbed them from
very
the
well.
API, right? So
yeah, I went
that's
and added,
great.
and we did this like a month ago, and it still works, which is nice and was a
Which
little
is nice when a
surprising to
thing
me.
keeps working. It's so true.
So yeah, so we've got the temps in here. One other enhancement that I'd like to make is that right now it just grabs the current temps, and I believe I can send it a timestamp to where if I'm putting in a log for earlier, then I should be able to get the temps for that time.
Oh
so
yeah,
that's
that makes sense.
something that I want to do at some point.
Okay.
Um,
So we need a mobile app for this thing.
so I have a mobile app.
Yay!
Let's look at, here it is. So we look at Studio here.
And can you, for anyone viewing this, which version is this instance?
This is a Paris instance, and I don't know. We may look at one of the Paris features on this one. But we actually have a blog coming out tomorrow, which is going to preview or show a lot of the mobile features in Paris. And then we had one yesterday that went deeper into actionable push notifications, which is a cool Paris functionality where from your notification, you can show up to 3 buttons on the notification and then take action based on, which one the user chooses. And those could be like script actions. You could just navigate them to somewhere, but you got some options there. So I'm going to plug in my phone here so that we can show that on the screen.
Okay. You also can just join the Zoom from your phone if you wanted to.
Oh, that's true. I kind of want to put it
That
up
is
in
an option.
right though.
However you want to do it, sir.
I should turn off notifications because the kids are doing school, and who knows who's going to text me what.
Yeah. What their neighbor said in Zoom.
Yep. All right. So let's let me share the desktop instead. All right. So let's open up. QuickTime. I have to remember how to do this, which I think I remember. So there's QuickTime. I want to go File, New Screen Recording. Is that right? I want New Movie Recording. I know this is compelling video. Camera, no. Microphone. Hey, it worked. So let's
nice.
go. Whoa. Boom, we did it. All right.
Boom. Nice. And we got a Chuck Tomasi.
Hey.
Hi, Chuck.
Hey, Chuck.
Welcome.
I've been eagerly following along while I wolf down some lunch.
Yeah, I saw that you were eating in the chat.
And my drink of the moment is chocolate milk.
Ooh.
I don't think we've had chocolate milk on this show before.
I think that's a new one. That's an achievement unlocked right there. So we're working in the cooking. So for everybody catching up, I put it in the chat. But we're working in our cooking management application that Brad is using to manage his smoking cooks. And what we want to do right now is add the ability to create a new checkpoint, is what I'm calling your logs, is checkpoints,
I like that.
in your cook for putting the image right on the checkpoint. So maybe take an image and that creates a checkpoint if you're not attaching it to something or something along those lines.
Yeah, I think that that sounds good. So you can see I've got the app open on the right-hand side of the screen here, and I have this cook open, and we can see that I've got some pertinent information, and then I have a related list for the cook log, and this is like 3 too many clicks that I want, but that'll be a different problem. So we have this log here, which is nice. And then if I click into them, I can see the image if there is one. I don't have any images yet. But what I want to be able to do is from this screen, I'd like to hit a button, have it pop something open, and then add the image. So what I haven't done is figure out exactly what it's going to take to do that. But
because this is live coding happy hour.
That's right. I didn't prep
because if we already figured out how to do all these things, that would be a demo.
That's right. So this is my
we have added images to things before, but I also don't remember because well that was, the last time I gave a workshop on this.
And mobile is usually it seems like the new mobile functionality with the unless you're doing it all the time, I generally have to go back and look at, because a lot of times there's 2 or 3 records that all have to exist to make things work together.
When you're dealing with form editing and whatnot, you've got your UI parameters, you got your I know it's in terms of the items and the functions and the function items and the action items. I think I'm finally getting my head around that one after a while.
When they're constantly streamlining how mobile is set up for you to build on it. So like I haven't worked with the Paris version, so which, my prior information is sometimes helpful, but not always because things change.
Well, one of the things that we've added here in Paris is this make a copy button, I think, is where we can hit it and then it'll create a new applet for us, which is really nice because it can be really
tedious to replicate all of the stuff for an applet because it's a lot of sub records.
Yeah, it is.
You got to pull all these things over, and so that is kind of nice to be able to do that. Thing? I think it is a Paris thing.
So
a few copy things in Paris to make our lives easier with this in Flow Designer.
Copy action in Flow Designer, right?
Yeah.
I think I used that 6 times Monday morning.
Nice.
Oh, I am clearly abusing that icon.
I don't think it gets tired. So, all right. So I think what we want here is we want a function. And we can see in the screenshot our different options for the function, or I guess it's a graphic, not a screenshot. But what I really want is a button, and I think I will settle for a list top menu function.
To do what? Is this to create a new log entry or
Yeah,
checkpoint?
so I want to, a new checkpoint. There we go.
Yes. So new would make sense right there. You're right on
Yeah.
track. There are certain standards you go with, and a new would belong on a top menu function, whereas taking an action on an existing record would be a swipe function.
Yeah, that's a great point. And I think maybe, maybe once I do this, I could take a similar, if the action item is something I could reuse, I could use a swipe function to add an image to an existing checkpoint. But in this one, I want to create a new checkpoint with an image all at the same time. So I think I need an action before I can use the function to associate it.
Okay, so first you need an action item.
That's right.
Hey, look, it says new fuel, new cook. Can we copy one of those?
Oh, yeah.
Don't know.
It must have given us this. So I created this app through Guided App Creator. I think we did it on the show.
It will come up with a whole bunch of those actions, which is really nice because then you can just copy them or modify them or disable them or whatever.
Yeah, so we didn't have that log table at that point.
Okay.
So let's see. Let's look at an existing one and see if we should copy this or if we just create a new one.
Well, it looks like we might be able to do an insert and stay. It looks like old UI.
Oh, wow. I don't think I want any of these field values.
Probably not, because they're not from the right table.
Yeah.
So you can just X those on the far right.
I think I may just create a new one. I don't know that we're going to get much.
I don't think we're going to save anything by copying this, because you're still going to have to do the item parameter or the UI parameter.
Yeah.
Or the input parameter. Sorry, I forgot. And the mapping.
Let's go new. We'll just start calling it checkpoint here.
Names of things.
And don't get wound around the axle for the people watching at home that I don't want this on my menu to show up. It's not like you're naming the UI action at this point. You're just naming a function or a down dirty piece of element so you can tell new checkpoint from new fuel, from new log, from new. And then when you present it, it will say, how do you want this labeled on the menu?
That's a really good call out.
Because I made the mistake of calling everything like new, edit, update. And I went, oh, crap. Now I got 6 of them. I can't tell them apart.
All right. So we've got creating a new checkpoint on the log table, which is also the checkpoint table. We're going to need it to have a cook value, because that's how it gets associated. And then we'll want it. I think it will auto create a timestamp if we don't give it one. And if not, that's something we should make it do anyway.
Like a default value for that field? Yeah,
yes,
I thought we did have a default value.
Yeah, I think it should just be the current time.
There's not a lot to those things, right?
Yeah. Can you guys hear the dogs in the background?
Yeah, just a little bit.
All right.
Ambiance. It's a nice environment.
Yeah.
There's this little dog behind us that kind of sounds like a cross between a dog and a duck. It's real high pitched.
We're welcoming everyone into our environments a little closer today in this live stream.
All right, so I'm going to want to make this. I'm going to want to set these from somewhere else, I think, but I don't have that available yet because I think I have to save it and get a related list first. Aha, these write back parameters. So let's create some of these write back parameters. So one of them is going to be the cook. I think we'll leave that string.
Yep. If it's a sysID, it's a string. This is where it actually
gets nice that
variables are really simple.
Image. Oh, this could be problematic.
Well, image is going to be an input from the user, not directly, right?
I think
it's not something they can reference from somewhere else, is it?
Yeah, but I think this parameter is just us telling this action how it is going to expect
an image. We don't have images on anything else that we can go look at how it was done, do we?
I'm pretty sure we could find something out there. So maybe maybe the first part of this story is just making an action, like
A new
setting it up
action.
so I can add
Yeah.
a new checkpoint period, and then I will do a little research while somebody else is working on something.
Okay.
So let's not do image. What was the other thing that we were doing?
Comment or some sort of
category. Category was what it was. So we'll set those. Let's refresh here. All right, we have both of those. I have a feeling we may end up using the script field that shows up on the screen and then goes away. So I took that off, and then I believe we now have these options here. Okay, so this is our action item, which is also called a write back action, or I think it's a write back action item. So now I think we create an action.
Yep.
Let's see. Let's look. So we looked at the new cook before. Let's see what this one looks like. All right. So action item.
Allow images upload.
That might be your time saver.
Checkbox.
All right.
Nice catch, Andrew. And this is where you create your UI parameters and associate them to your item parameters.
Okay.
Which is kind of painful on long forms, but another reason to keep your forms simple on mobile.
All right. So we're gonna create new here. And new button.
Checkpoint. Type is action item. Context was global.
Yeah, it was global. I don't.
Because you want it at the top menu. There's no specific record to associate.
Oh, okay.
And the action item was your new checkpoint.
What do I want to happen?
Images upload. What else do we have on here?
One. Show signature field. I don't want to have to sign it. Use overlay. Maybe if somebody else is trying to use my smoker, I'll make them sign something. All right, and then condition, I think we want it to show up all the time on our log table.
That sounds appropriate.
Messages.
No, I don't want a confirmation message. Please no. Really?
I want it to tell me. Oh no, we're refreshing the current list. I mean, I need to know that something happened. But if we're refreshing the previous screen,
because the confirmation is just asking me if I really am sure I want to submit a new checkpoint.
Oh, I'm in a success message. That's what I wanted. Yes. Good call out.
Write in victory.
This is the exact type of thing that I would do during development that would somehow make it into production.
Right into production, right?
Yeah. Who put that in there? Oh,
yeah. All right.
Go ahead and submit. Now we're going to do our related list. So go create a couple of UI parameters.
Ooh. So I think this is going to be, let's look at some existing UI parameters. All right, so this is just that. So what happens if it's just a field on a table? Input style, input type. Okay. Yep. All right. I think this is right. All right. So parameter type.
You had a category and you had a
this was, let's call it category. Whoop. It is associated with the new button. Do I want it mandatory? I think yes. What was the other thing that I had?
This is when it's nice having lots of tabs available.
Category and cook.
Oh,
but
yeah,
I want it. I want it. Well, we'll see. All right. So this is user input. It's a list. Oh, perfect. And it's the list from my log table from the category field. I do not want multi-select. Do not know what carried is.
Is there a hover over or anything that might help me on that label? Of course not.
Of course not.
Hints, people. Put in hints on your fields.
All right.
That looks good.
So let's do this one, and then I believe we want one for the cook, which we'll want to auto-populate.
Yeah, so I was just going to wonder about that.
Ooh, autofill.
Autofill. Noise.
No, I don't think this is
source field.
No.
Button parent table.
It's from the cook, right?
It is.
Yeah.
Source field would be
the sysid.
I don't know that it knows. We have to tell it. No, I don't think this is going to work, but let's try.
Once again, I feel like we're in about 150 feet of water in a canoe.
Because right now this is a global list where it doesn't necessarily know what it is tied to, even though we're going to use it from a related list. And then I want to try to do one that grabs the image. So let's see if we can figure that out quickly. If not, we'll try to get this work and then come back to the image. List, QR, barcode.
I thought the new button, when you click that, the image thing allows you, that puts it as an attachment, but you want it in your image field, which is not the same as an attachment.
Yeah, and I don't know that it'll automatically get associated. I think we have to write it back to the action somehow. I'm going to leave that for now.
Okay.
All right, let's reload here. So we've got our cook and our category. Feels like we need to map them. So category.
I still think a lot of this could be automated.
I agree. Right, and then let's do another one. Whoop.
Where's the import set transform map mapping assist when you need it?
And then the last thing I think we need to do is associate that action.
Yep.
Label.
New. I would leave it as new. Aren't you on a list of checkpoints already?
Yes.
Action.
I think that's what we want.
We follow the steps, right? It's the details in those records that we're going to come back.
I know. I'm there we go.
All right, go refresh them.
Oh, we got some dots. We have a new button.
New.
And we're thinking.
Oh, that's interesting because on Android, the new appears up at the dots. it doesn't pop up on the bottom like that. That's cool.
Yeah, it used to do that on iOS. I'm not sure which fix
Oh,
changed it.
maybe I'm just a little behind. I haven't looked at mobile yet on Paris.
So
Seems
this is
like
exciting.
it's angry.
Oh boy.
This is when I have to like log out of the app. At one point,
Yeah.
my troubleshooting step was deleting the app and then re-downloading it. It worked. I'm sure it was just some way
I
to
know in
clear
a
the
previous
cache or
version,
something.
you definitely had to log out and back in.
Yeah.
But I don't think
Yeah.
that was resolved by Paris for the new menu actions, but it's
Well, I mean,
definitely
it
worth a
showed up.
shot.
So it could be that we have something disconnected
Yeah.
here.
I was cheating while you were doing that, and I pulled open the lab to look to see how they said to
Ooh.
add an image. Because I'm a dirty, rotten cheater. Because I can't remember anything.
So we're still loading. I'm gonna have to. Oh, that's the wrong one. I'm not prepared to do a mobile demo. I usually move my home screen around. And, hey, nope, that's the wrong thing. There we go.
Hey, look at
We have
that.
images. So category.
Those look like the right
Yep.
choices.
If I
That's
take
exciting.
a picture. Here. I want to take a picture.
This is when
Sure,
you know
you
it's
can
really
access my
live.
camera. Here, this is what's happening right now.
I'm gonna have to log in from my mobile app and take pictures of my cook to your cook and confuse it.
Okay, so that came in as an attachment, and we got our
It
victory.
said victory.
Hey, it worked, I think.
If you open the record.
No, it did not work. It should be at the top here. Well, yeah.
1300. No, it's not 1300 anymore.
Yeah, so if we come back.
Did it create a record at all?
Yeah, that's what I want to know.
So, you know what? I think it probably did create a record, just not in
didn't
our
associate
the cook.
The reference field might be off. Go to the table.
Yeah. If you right click on that and hit open a new one, just
then you
on
can
the
take
filter.
Yeah, I got it.
Oh, okay. He's got his own way. He likes to get the list view.
This is where I'm going.
This is how he's doing it.
It's nice to see other ways.
It didn't even work.
It should.
Did I lose something on there?
That looks right.
I'm with Andrew. Right click, open a new window, kill the breadcrumb.
Then remove the filter. Yeah.
Why did we not get there? There we go. Oh, I left out log. All right. So no, it didn't create one at all.
And those are just
well,
unless timestamp is
possible that the timestamp.
Not sort on timestamp either.
I'm gonna add created here. Oh, my images
by
are not
cook
loading.
number. It should have been auto numbered, right? Oh, there was something crazy at the bottom.
There you go.
What was it? Still nothing. What was that entry at the bottom? Oh, the arrow didn't move over there. Empty, 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 empty.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
Oh no, this is the cook number.
Oh, gotcha. But if it didn't reference, there was an empty reference at the bottom.
Yeah,
I'm fine.
I think it did create something.
Did it? It did. Yeah. Added fuel. Something : added fuel. Okay, we have some other logic that needs to be helped.
And it did give us an image as an attachment.
Yeah.
So we need two things. We need to figure out how to tell it to relate to the cook, and then after that, we need to get it to add the image to the image field.
Do we have like an ITSM example we can steal from?
I'm sure we have some example.
That related, the reference
there was
field doesn't seem like it should be a big deal.
Yeah, I think we have to, where did studio go? Oh, there we are. So one thing I had to do when I associated the related list to the form was there was a few different records that connected that list to the form and took an input.
Right, which drives me nuts also. Seems like that should be easier to automate.
So
in the standard platform, you create a reference field and surprise, you automatically get the option to put it as a related list. This you kind of have to build a little more manually. Well, we already know the relationship exists.
Any ideas on this? May be something that I need to look at a little bit while somebody else takes.
Which is fine. So we got so the issue is you chose the sysid field, right? And you didn't think that would work on your parameter, which is the 90th tab you have.
In the system log. But we check the system log to see if there's anybody barking at us about, hey, you can't do that, or
I did not. That's the wrong instance.
When things don't work, kids, check the system log.
Why did I not get any errors?
Ooh, null pointer exception.
What time is
evaluator?
That
wasn't recently though. That was 15 minutes ago or so.
Yeah.
Okay. Bummer. Valid query detected.
Which was still too far back.
Yeah, we did that.
Yeah.
We were like 11:45 or 11:42 something.
42. There is a parameter map.
Valid query detected. Please check logs for details.
Oh, it's a domain.
That's an awesome bird. We need to do more outdoors.
Yeah, I'm gonna move out in a minute. Actually,
I'm warming up.
I bet.
We had some good rain this morning that really cooled things off. Yeah.
Well, you want me to take over some while you go look at another example to see how it's wired together for creating a new thing in a related list?
Sure.
Can you pop us back to the backlog and I'll grab something out of there and then I'll take over the share. Yeah, I'm gonna go for the easy win here. I'm gonna clean up the live stream form. That's what I'm gonna do.
I'm glad I didn't miss that, because every time I look at that artifact form, I cringe.
So I will lower my screen resolution and then I'll take over the screen share. Displays, scale it down.
Now, you were talking about specifically the live stream view of the artifact form, or where are we going with that? I'll let you finish the technical bits. You do your sharing and whatnot.
Yeah, so I'm going to start with the live stream view, but I'm probably going to clean up all of them. I've got story creep in my own. I've got scope creep in my own story, obviously, because I want to clean up all
story creep better.
Views. Oh goodness, it is not happy about me. All right, move. Everybody move. You there, participants. Almost ready. All right, I'll grab the ball now, Brad.
All right.
And desktop 1, sure. And we'll move chat over there and close Zoom and make this big. And what I will do is, if y'all don't mind, I'll pull over this video share real quick into the corner. Just bring us into the side panel a little bit. There we go. Y'all can hang out there. Oh, I need to make the screen smaller then. That's fine. Here we go.
My brain's going to be all confused. I'm going to think it's Friday.
Yeah, it's going to wreck me too. Program.
I'll sing karaoke tonight.
Ooh, karaoke.
Using the service.
Nobody's stopping you.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of. I don't think everything's stopping me.
I've got one of the screenshots of the or one of the shots of the earlier shots of mine. If it wants to open. Yeah, that's when I first put them in. I'll pull open a shot of the current in a minute. Come on, get me signed in already. We are going over to there because nobody needs to know which account I'm logging in with.
Usually mine signs, it says, there, that was actually pretty slow. I don't even have to click mine anymore. I don't know what's up.
Did I choose the wrong one? I did.
Oh. Hazards of having multiple Google accounts.
Yeah, I've had a lot of Google accounts. I've got a couple of domains.
You got to be careful, especially when they belong to somebody else. Like I'm allowed to use the ServiceNow community account to manage the YouTube content, but every once in a while I have the wrong browser window open. I'm like, why isn't this finding my history? Oh, wrong window.
Yeah, I keep those in completely separate profiles in Chrome.
Yes, I do too. But every once in a while, you got them,
so I don't.
The wrong one is open.
I try not to make that mistake too much.
Log into Etsy. I'm already logged in. Ooh, no.
Ooh. So I'm in Artifact Manager.
Can you make the font a little bigger there, Andrew?
I sure can. Let's make it bigger. And let's drive into
yes. There we go.
A form. All right.
Okay. Yeah, this needs help.
it totally needs some help. So I think I'm actually going to start with Form Designer for this.
Are those actually sections in a non-tabbed UI? If you can go back to the other tab, it looked like, yeah, those are sections.
Yes,
at least
yes, they are sections.
Okay. Oh, but we have some annotations on there that are making them look like sections, but they're not.
Nope, these are sections.
Publishing info is the only section in there. Stats and YouTube info is
not.
It's in the same. It's if you were to turn on tabbed, which I believe it is.
Yeah, I've got tab.
One section does not make a tab. Don't leave it on.
That's true.
So my first suggestion would be
big annotations.
A couple of labels in here. Yeah, like put stats on that last chunk of section so that it bifurcates the publishing info from the stats.
Yeah. Do we want to adjust the... So we've got stats there. So we've got stats there.
Yep.
And
that's just an annotation. We can take the annotation out if it's part of the tab.
And then just make it a section.
Yeah. I understand where somebody started with the annotations.
Yeah, let's kill that. And let's
don't know what we
let's in fact maybe... So I think I want to move these related records into its own section.
Fair enough. Because there's views, likes, and favorites, and YouTube video reference. Those feel like they go together. Wow, that's 4 out of 5 of them moved to a
So what are you saying, Chuck?
Oh, I see. You get 2 reference fields on the right.
Yeah, I've got 2 reference fields, and this is for the current record. If
got it. Yep. Yep.
Whatever the roll up is. So these might actually be merged. If this is a parent record, this could be the blogs, the video and the community views all rolled up into one stat.
Agreed.
So I want to draw, I probably want this. Yeah, 2 columns fine for
2 columns
reference
fine.
fields. And then kill this annotation.
Yep.
Kill this annotation. And then
You want
what
to balance
else?
that out at all?
Yeah, what was the other? Perhaps I might move parents down here.
That's a good idea.
And
It's
really keep them
related.
all together. And
I might
was
also
there?
suggest-
We
I'd also
talked about another field type, didn't we? Didn't we talk about another
We did.
reference record that we were going to create a new table? We're not going to create it the second, but I think that
Yeah.
we were, and so it makes sense to
Right.
have its own section. All right,
And let's
I'm
change
fine with
publishing
that.
info. Shorten that up to just links. I'm not sure publishing info
Sure.
really conveys what's in there.
Yeah,
Even
I
though it'll
like
be the
links.
first tab. Okay.
Links is good.
This is
And let's give,
details on that first one, maybe?
yeah, let's give this a name,
And
and
that
then
will be
everything
the
else
first tab.
that'll
Yep.
be the first one. Yeah, I like that. Let's save that and just see how much
Yeah, we still have a
difference that
lot
makes.
on that top section, but let's see
Yeah.
how it looks.
But I just want to visualize it real quick.
Yep.
Once we have tabs.
Oh, I'm way ahead.
I'm
of where
almost
we're at.
done, right? Like,
Yeah, I'm loving this already. The only thing
tabs.
the other thing I was looking at was we've got several list fields. Could they be grouped together in a tab, or the date fields grouped together in a tab? So I don't know what makes sense to have in the header immediately. You know, what is it you need to glance at and say this is pertinent information, especially when you're creating a new record.
Yeah. So
It
I'm
feels
gonna
like we've
dump rank because we don't need it. Priority
thank you.
maybe.
was just
Reviewed. We're not using. Start time, end time, estimated duration. Yes.
Audience? Do we use audience for anything?
Sometimes.
Sometimes. UI policy? I don't know.
Sometimes. So
Okay,
this
and
might be revisited because a different story I have for this sprint is clean up categories and audience. And if the cleaning up of audience result is we don't want one, then it comes off the form.
Sure. And we are in the video view at this point. So
yes, this is the video view.
And I think we got 2 or 3 other views to look at.
Mm-hmm. So that is reasonable. I almost never need the publish date on the form view. Like I almost think I'd never need it. And I never set it here. I don't know. Brad, do you ever set the publish date on the record itself?
No.
I only do it from the list view. And a different record, a different story I have for this sprint is automating that. So I never have to set it. It's set from its source. I think I'm going to pull it off the form.
The estimated duration?
No, publish date.
Oh, publish date.
Because I legit never set it.
Neither do I. It's always like,
from
when do
the
I
form.
plan to publish this? And then I wondered, why do you use the second one? Okay, so that we're looking.
What if we pulled the host and the start, end, and duration fields into their own tab?
Yeah,
that's what I was thinking. Is we've got the dates.
I generally fill all of that out at the same time, and sometimes I'll create a stub and not fill that out until we get closer to.
But my problem with pulling that into a section is I want to see them all the time.
Yeah, it feels like at least the first one, the planned publish date, is all the time.
Yeah, I think that one definitely stays. Yeah, I think it stays. It's fine.
I think estimated duration could probably go away to a sub tab, and maybe even the start and end times. Plan publish I think stays, and require and the hosts stay because I need to see who they are. All like anytime I open this record.
Yeah, the start and end time, the only thing with those is that, you know, if you are scheduling this, those are really important. As someone who has sent out the wrong meeting invite multiple times because of those dates being different than they should be.
Fair point.
Hilariously, in the backlog,
We should confirm that. Yeah.
is automation to sync the start and end time dates with the planned published date.
Yeah.
Since we almost never change the start and end time, we're just changing the date. What I end up doing, and the reason I wrote that story was because of what I end up doing is I set the planned publish date, I copy, and then I stick my thing in there and do this 2 times. And I can automate that. So that even more makes those able to be dumped down into a section if I never have to change.
Maybe as a related like UI action or something, and just say set the start end date based on plan something. Yep.
All right, so let's call this
times or time date
schedule information.
Schedule. That sounds better.
And probably, I think I want stats at the end.
I was gonna say that was my next comment. Is we should look at the order.
Stats is last.
Stats feels last.
Related is probably so links are probably next to stats. Related is probably my second one I'll need, and this one is sometimes. All right, let's dump this guy in here.
We're not doing any activity history or anything, so we don't need a log tab. Not on this.
Correct. Anyway. And estimated duration. Nice. That's making a lot of difference.
Yeah.
And then we can move the assign to over here under state. Type. Do I need type on a particular view?
Yes, because it drives the view. If you start, what are you going to start with if you don't have a type? I mean, the view is going to say video, but you want to know, is this a live stream? Is this a video? Is it what type of video is it?
Because we got 3 views that makes sense. We do have 3 views for one thing. Got it. Yeah, because they could be different types for the same view. Yep. I was thinking, oh, well, they're all the same type, but they're not. Good call there.
We want to...
I'm dumping priority until I need it.
Okay, and I'm thinking we've got people type fields with audience, assigned to, required host, optional host. We got like 4 things that are related to people. Do we keep those together? See how those list fields kind of look? Well, they're somewhat balanced, I suppose.
We could group them together.
Let's try them together. Categories together. Let's try the list fields on the right. This is an aesthetic thing, people. So, but it does help. Oftentimes, if you have lots of reference fields, they look really good together. Or date fields look really good all stacked up on one side or the other.
I'm digging.
I would almost say move those 3 to the right and then take the other 3 to the... Well, no, you want state on the left. Or state on the right. State on the right. That's sort of a de facto standard, isn't it? I'm good with that. That look, we'll use it till we don't like it anymore. But that's way better than what we had before.
Yeah, this is definitely an improvement. We should also make this read only.
Good point.
Number should be read only. It's just a thing.
You had Form Designer still up?
It's just a thing. Number. You there, sir.
Check that read only box.
Smash that read only box. Nice. I think that's a pretty good pass. We'll refine it some, but this is so much better. Like when I'm coming here, this is the stuff I need to fill out. Like this is the stuff I absolutely need when I open this record, when I want to look at things. I need to do a little automation with the plan publish date to populate that down here into the scheduled, but so I don't have to click this scheduled info unless it's an exception.
Yep.
So 90% of the time I'll never have to click this. But on like today's show, I had to, and Brad did it. He had to adjust the duration and the planned and start time. So yeah, but that's the exception. I like it. I like it a lot. I'm glad. Thanks for your help on the feedback there, Chuck.
I'm glad I wasn't the only one that was.
Oh man, it's been bugging me a long time, but
yeah,
you know,
paralyzing.
You get used to a thing.
Yep.
So let's go look at.
Was that one?
Sure, let's save it. Let's go take a look at artifacts and see what the other ones that are really weird.
I think most of them are weird.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. This is probably the default view.
This is where it might help to have like the video, have the video view open on another tab, and then we can just refer to it. Because otherwise you start going, what order did I have these fields in? And you're doing a lot of flipping back and forth.
That's a good idea. We can just open one of those records. Even.
My other cheat is just take lots of screenshots and have them on the screen. I think another tab would be easy.
There we are. All right, Form Designer. And this is the default view.
Right. Why is it read-only?
I have no idea. It's probably a different scope or something.
Why would the default view for our table be in a different scope?
So that's the life we live some days.
Is this in the other Artifact Manager app? Weren't there like two? There was Artifact Manager and Artifact Manager.
Default view has not been configured.
Oh. It has, because it's not like a default task view. Oh, this table wasn't extended from task. It came from somewhere. Not. Whose scope is this in?
Well, let's clone it.
Okay. That makes me a little nervous.
Succeeded.
Okay.
It was a very happy looking alert.
And action.
Hey, look at that.
Okay.
Editable.
Step 1, number, read only. It might already be from the other one, but
yeah, that's not view specific.
Right.
So it will already be fine. Let's open a blog.
I did notice in some places, I think it's when you go through Guided App Creator, it creates a data policy, whereas Form Designer will do a dictionary entry or a dictionary entry override.
Yeah. This should just be dictionary.
Yeah. But when you go into Guided App Creator and you say, I don't want.
Oh, it creates a data policy, really?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
I've not experienced that.
Yep.
That's cool. So assign to was over there. State is at the top.
Parent was gone.
Parent was moved to a subsection.
Parent was moved to its own section. That's right.
Reviewed's gone. Rank's gone. Priority's gone. I might add them back at some point. Plan, publish date. Publish date's gone. Estimated duration.
You're just killing them. You're not even moving.
Categories and audience. Categories, yes. I'm going to put audience there until we resolve that.
Okay.
And then title, abstract, description, content, start. Really? Do we actually use all of these?
Content was the
HTML one. Yeah.
Yeah, that should go in our detail section too. Now there's a start time and a calendar start down there.
Yeah, and neither of those are relevant.
So Brad, what do you do when you say you're scheduling at blog entry?
Good question.
Well, I asked you this morning. I said, "Hey, how's the one with the Now Components podcast with Wolf that went out this morning?" You said it's scheduled.
Oh yeah. Well, so I upload it with a date on it, and then it publishes on that date.
Okay, so the blog app has a forward publish date on it.
Yeah.
Okay.
On the in the blog entry.
It's not really referring to Artifact Manager in any way. Okay.
They are not linked
Yet.
That's right. They could be.
So, I'm
any
gonna
word
say
while I'm here?
title.
Any word on our API to the community?
That I think that's on me.
Okay,
I
I mean,
have
if
a
nothing's
to-do for
happened,
that.
nothing's happened.
Yeah.
So I'm making the ruling that title needs to stay around no matter what tab I'm on.
I would agree. Blog entries have a title. Podcasts have a title. Videos have a title.
Like, so right now we put it under details, but I think it needs to be top level because I need to see that all the time.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Because I don't know what video I'm on anymore.
Right.
If the stats, okay, stats for this number. The number doesn't mean anything to me.
Right.
The title is what means something to me.
Unless you have some crazy client script, it's going to remember what tab you were on the next one too.
So we don't need hosts as a default for most content types. So we renamed this to be links. What do we call it?
Yep, links.
Links. Then we've got stats. And we've got related. What do we call that? Related something? Related. That sounds like me. I'm like, related. Related what? Nothing. That's what I called it. Sweet. And this one actually has some dates, which we might be able to drop. Should we balance these? We'll leave it for now. That looks good. Parent gets moved down to related. And I actually care where parent is. So let's see what I did over here. Top right. Let's do it consistently then. Parent.
That's what they were saying on the Madison dev meetup last night. It says, doesn't matter if you're right or wrong, just be consistent.
Yeah. The consistency is very important. All right, let's reload this and see. All right, everybody gets their screenshot of the before. And now here's what it looks after. Hey, that's pretty nice.
Clean with those categories.
I like it. That's nice. We got to fix this category. That's Paris.
Oh yeah, we're in dev.
We didn't bring over the categories.
Yeah, I brought all these down for the last show and didn't bring down the categories.
We're gonna have to get IDR on this baby.
That was Paris. Goodbye, Paris. You're no longer attached. Oh, apparently I didn't save. All right, that looks pretty good. So we need to go back and adjust this really quick. We can actually switch to it right here to the video view and add in a new section. And this is an unnamed section, a one column unnamed section, and it is title. Save. All right. don't need to do newsletter.
What other views do we have?
Videos. Should be using the video view, I'd hope. Yes, sweet. Those are the important views.
We don't have a module for podcast. What view was podcast using?
Probably hits default.
Like
I don't think we even have a module at all for them, right? That's
we
what
didn't
you
have
just
a
said that.
module.
We don't have a module. So we
Yeah,
should
but
add a module.
in the workspace.
Let's
In the
add a
workspace,
module.
yeah.
And you want the default view or you want a new view?
It is using default. I don't. Let me use it a little while longer. We'll figure it out. Let's start with the default view and go from there.
Okay. All right.
The default view looks. We modify the we just modified the default view. So now we have a video view. Blog was using default. I'm trying to remember what other
blog is using default. Yeah.
Okay.
What am I doing? List of records. Yes.
You're scope creeping on me again.
Well. When you're the developer and the product owner, you get to be bad.
That's my biggest hazard as well. And then you start getting scope creep on your scope creep, and soon you're working on 5 different things at the same time.
Because when you complain to the product owner as the developer that this scope creep, you file it against yourself. So,
and then I start yelling at myself that I need more resources.
Get us more resources. Okay, I'll get right on that. Let's see where I want to place it near. Oh, wow. My random placement of it put it exactly where I wanted it.
Wow.
That's awesome. Nice well, try it out. I'm getting it.
That's pretty great. That's magical. All right. And so our view is.
Oh, we also have type webinar in there. Did you do that on purpose? I thought you had type podcast as the filter. That was weird.
I've got default view.
Okay, default view, but what was the filter on the podcast module?
I don't know. None.
That's why I saw webinar in there. We forgot to put a filter.
Does it need a filter other than all?
Didn't you want to say type equals podcast? So you see just
oh, goodness. Yes, absolutely.
Either that or relabel it as all.
It's not the podcast table. It's the artifact table with type. Sometimes I forget that they're the same table. That was so bad of me. I was like, no, there's no filter. Why does it need a filter?
You nailed it with the order.
I nailed it. I nailed it with the order.
Threw yourself off.
Did
still
that
see a webinar in there though?
What happened?
We saved? Yeah, the filter didn't show up at the top.
I saved. All right. We'll do a whole reload then.
Yeah. Do a browser refresh. I suspect that module didn't. That's weird because normally when you do it from the standard UI, when you modify a module or menu, it refreshes the nav bar.
Yeah. Maybe it just didn't detect it. So it added it. It refreshed it when it added it. And it works now. So
okay.
Victory. Was there another view that we wanted to modify? No. We've already modified the workspace one and the blog workspace one, and I don't care about the newsletter one right now. So yeah,
we're good.
I'm gonna go mark my story done.
Victory.
I think it's time for me to get a beer because that's some victory. Getting a story done.
Mark Scott was doing a little spelunking through the data. He said, "Did I just see a future Breakpoint episode with Andrew J. Barnes?" You would be correct. He's on
data
my radar.
Leaking.
It's there.
It's data leaking.
I sent him the questionnaire yesterday.
Where's my sprint? I don't have access. Oh, no wonder. We're developing correctly in our not production instance. So updating my stories that don't exist in subprod is not it's not valuable
No,
because they're not there.
I feel
Though
it.
that is something I've done before, which is sync my stories down to subprods and have them auto sync to production so that
That
I
would be
don't
a
have
good
to
use
switch
case.
instances.
Yeah, for a bidirectional
That is
IDR.
it is a good use case for IDR.
I only have mine
So
going one way
enter.
now, and now you're making me think I should probably make that table bidirectional. Darn. Now I got something else to do over the Labor Day weekend.
Where is it? Clean up live stream form. All right, we're gonna have to put it in peer review. Oh wait, the peers reviewed it. It's done.
We're all here.
We're all here.
What are you waiting for, Dave?
Complete. Done. Acceptance. Brad and Chuck are happy. All right, sweet. Brad, are you ready to pick up on the mobile, or shall I pick something up outside? Well, I need to check on my cook. You want to grab the reins for a minute, or Chuck, you want to grab the reins for a minute?
Sure. Brad, are you ready to go, or you want to make a call?
I may abandon this mobile for
That's
now.
fine.
Okay. Do you have another story you want to
I did
attack?
not see it. I do have another story
Go for it.
I can work. All right.
You know, because we're only like an hour and a half into this marathon.
He's gonna grab one of the MVP ones. I can feel it.
I believe so.
And if you don't know what we mean in the context of MVP, is some of the people in the chat are developer MVPs, which are our awesome champions out there in the wild who are creating content and engaging with you, the community. We've had them on the show with us. At least a good handful of them have been on the show this year. And soon, we will be releasing our information on how you can work towards being MVP next year.
That's most valuable player, not minimum viable product.
I mean, it's both.
We've oversubscribed that term.
Yeah, however you want it.
Yeah.
There are mornings I get out of bed not feeling like a minimum viable product.
And I'll just stop the screen share for a second while we transition to Brad.
All right.
And I'll bring back a couple of pictures of my cook.
Oh, nice.
It's nice 248 degrees in there right now.
Ooh.
What's that in upside down Andrew time?
Let's see. That'd be that's pretty warm. It's going to be up in the like 80s range, isn't it?
No, 212 is 100. So you're way above.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I was like, it can't be over 100 because that's boiling. We're cooking at more than boiling temperature.
I should hope so.
Oh, conversions. I wish we'd all get on the same one.
I'm there right there with you.
Get rid of time zones, get rid of different measurement systems.
Time zones, I'd love to get rid of them, but you still run into the dateline issue.
Yeah, all right. I have picked a story. We are going to populate a table from our multi-row variable set.
Ooh.
And just to show what we're doing, we have this little developer program portal that's not on my employee instance. It's on a different one. But we needed a way to let people come in and say, hey, I want to submit myself as a candidate to be a developer MVP. And so we have a way for that to happen in one of our developer program portals. And we're taking in a bunch of information here that we can use to grab stats basically. So we can grab things like how much you're tweeting about ServiceNow, your LinkedIn profile and what you're doing there, your community ID, so we can get community points, S&Dev Slack, YouTube's, and then we're going to be publishing hopefully Friday this week a blog with kind of an overview of the criteria that we're going to use to choose the 2021 developer MVP class, and these are basically lots of things that feed into that. So we're going to try to automate that as much as possible. So one of the things I have here, once you fill the form out, is we've got this multi-row variable set to say, like, well, what if you contributed to something that is not reflected on the form, like somebody's blog or your own blog or a live stream or YouTube channel. And so you can come in here and type
Nice.
it in here, blog.com. Oh, come on. How about that? And then it should show up. There we go. Cool. So right now on the back end, this populates a form, but we're not doing anything with this multi-row variable set because it doesn't do anything automatically. I don't think so. We have to write something in our record producer script that will populate that. Actually, I think we can do this with a flow. I believe that's right.
This is when you're really glad that YouTube streams just stay up until they're told to shut down.
So it should be happy again.
It's coming up. It looks like the screen image is very partial on the screen.
Yep, I'm fixing that too.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. I was about to start on the flow for MVP forms.
We're into the flow. So we did a get catalog. Walk them through what we did.
Yeah, well, I'll get
Thanks,
rid of
Floyd.
this. So whenever a new profile gets created, we're going to do our get catalog variables, and I can now grab multi-row variable sets into the get catalog variables. So I have that for other links. And then we're using a for each through the MRVS, and I'm going to create a related record for that in our profile link table. Boom.
Dun, dun, dun.
So the first thing is we want to type profile.
Do the one you always forget first. How many times have we created related lists and forget to connect to the parent record? Like, oh.
Well, on the mobile thing we just did, although that wasn't a forget
that wasn't
thing,
as easy.
Couldn't figure out how to do it.
Yeah, I wish it was like this.
Username. What do we call this? Description
username.
and
username and other information.
These are the same thing.
I think so. You've only got 3 fields, and
so, yeah, I have description, and then on the form, where's our form?
Form is right there.
I made it go away. Here. Come on.
There were 3.
Type URL and the username. Okay, so they're the same. It's basically a description.
I don't think you put type in there yet, though, on the flow.
I have not done type yet.
Okay.
That's correct. Type. Let's use the olive picker this time.
Yes.
All right. So we do that for each of them. And then I don't think we need to do anything else.
I think that feels like it. Unless you want to throw in some comments, some annotations.
Nah.
This one's small enough it's self-documenting, right?
That's right. So I'm just going to activate it because I don't think I have good data to test it against right now. And let's go ahead. Let's use my Gmail.
Oh, that bird is getting me.
I've got a big oak tree right above my where I am right now. I think he's in the branch, like right above the outdoor kitchen. Block.com, and that doesn't work. Here is some information.
I had a team call in which they would call me Snow White, because during every team call, there'd just be so many birds chirping right outside my window. So in the spring and the fall, when I have my windows open and I'm right next to it, just chirping away right in the.
And it's funny how you
don't
really hear them when they're right near you, but somebody on the other end of the conference call goes, "Is that a bird?"
All right. So what we're doing here is we want to basically connect this multi-row variable set to a related table on the back end, and we did that through a flow. And so now we are testing the flow for the first time because I didn't have any data to test against before. So let's submit it. I have a different story to fix this. Oh, and it's related list. Profile.
Oh, we got one
Look
record,
at
but it does nothing.
our
Execution?
flows. Was there a record in there?
There was.
Oh, there was a record in there.
Didn't have anything good in it. I thought this was going to be easy.
Complete. Completed. 1 of 1.
One variable? What was the one variable? Open up your create record. See if it had any values. Probably not.
Nothing.
Nothing, nothing, and nothing. Huh. Well,
So we either did something
disappointing.
wrong, or this doesn't actually work against
Record producers.
record producers, or I mean, the profile record is not extended from task, so that could affect. Oh yeah, because we may not even have we probably don't have
editor?
the variables on the table at all, right?
Yeah, because we haven't.
Yeah.
Is that a task only thing?
I think they're automatically there for task.
So we need to go create a formatter so we can see it if we want to be able to see it. So we can duplicate the variable formatter and set it for this table so that we can pull it onto the form so that we can verify that we can see that data.
Yeah, I guess that's our next troubleshooting step. So we don't necessarily need it. What? What do we call that? Probably has the word variable in it, right? Variable editor, service catalog.
So I will go update what we're working on in the thing because that was all on me. That was my fault for saying it was too easy. So that's all my fault. I'll take all the blame on this one.
If I do an insert, it'll set the right application, right? Yeah. Profile.
Let's see if we can.
Oh, table.
Formatter.
Insert. Oh, you did it. You
I
already
did insert already.
Okay,
yeah.
Gotcha. Sorry, experience.
Gets
a little twitchy.
I appreciate it. All right. So if we go back.
I forgot. Yeah, because you opened the other one. It was read only. All right. So.
This is a different one. If we look at this enough, I'm going to get frustrated and fix the form layout.
Spend the 60 seconds it takes.
Profile variable editor.
Yep.
There you are.
Nice.
Activities. So do we have variables? Hey, we have some variables.
We have some variables.
Hey,
we have. Wow, that was surprisingly nice and easy.
That was easy. So the question is, can the flow work with these variables? So let's do.
So other links.
You want to just do it like a log instead of create record?
Yeah, let's do.
I mean, we already saw create. It iterated once and got nothing. So I don't know what else we can do here.
So let's add a log and see if we can grab What if we grab another? I know I populated the email.
Okay.
So let's see if it successfully grabs email.
Isn't other links is a complex object though?
It is. It's our MRVS.
Could you?
So I just want to see. I just
Okay.
want to see, like, can it get any value at all?
Anything from anything. Okay.
Okay.
So let's.
I suspect that will work.
Save and test.
Come on. What do you mean no matching found?
No matches found. That does not make sense.
Are we looking at the wrong table?
It's possible.
No.
Dev MVP management profile.
That looks
pretty sure.
clearly like the right one.
The wrong
Dev
instance?
MVP management profile. No, that's right.
That's right. I have
There's
3
no
records. Do I have a display?
You don't have a display field,
Oh.
and so it's not rendering it nicely. So how about email or
That's
something?
Fine. You know what? I have a field called display. Oh, and it is
which
the
is
display
the display.
Field, but it doesn't have
anything in it.
What is it made up of? Okay.
Yeah.
So
set email to be your display.
Here.
Sure. Hello.
Yeah.
Cast.
That's a good idea. Well, email is actually a good one because we do.
Okay.
I think that automatically puts the other one to false, right?
Brad's over there, get into things ways that I don't normally, and I'd love to see it because I'm like, that is easier.
This is like
it's not always easier, but this one is
forever ago. So
I never
use learn new tricks.
Any of the other ones other than configure table. Like that's it. That's all. That's the only one I go to. I just do configure table. There are no other options.
But
like going to dictionary
configure
is not a
table
thing for me.
It was not always around, so I never used it.
You're right. It wasn't always around.
You get locked into the thing you're familiar with, though, right?
Oh,
like,
yeah. Almost to the exclusion of all else until somebody else says, hey, there's a shorter way. There's a new way. You go, oh, really? Teach the old timer.
Yeah, you need to do a full reload of Flow. Yeah.
I'm doing a refresh just because it's Flow Designer. Hey.
I didn't get a harumph out of that guy. And
so
no
value.
What is this running before the profile's created?
Well, I mean, this profile is already an existing profile, so that can't be the problem.
Well, okay, that's true.
A good point. So I think this is only working against catalog items and not record producers. That's my
they're
my guess.
Practically brothers.
So do the so the MVP candidate submission is not multi-row variables.
The record producer.
It's a record.
It's just the record producer.
So it's a record producer. And the multi-row variable set is this other links.
But email does have something in it. And we verified that on the form view.
Yes.
Yeah.
But let's do it again.
I think we need an email off to Josh or Jake.
Right. So email.
Okay. So there is one there. Okay.
So
it's renderable from the formatter, but it's not getting it here because we suspect that it won't do that.
I think the record producer table is extended from the catalog item table, I believe is. So I don't think this field even knows the difference between a record producer and a catalog item. So it's just letting us grab this with its variables. But then my guess is on the, the output of this, does know. It's not.
So to validate that is the issue and not something else, pick a different catalog item and let's submit a record for it.
can do that. Let's do this.
Yeah. Nice. No, don't agree. Yeah. We want to keep that one around. We could have even copied it. But it wouldn't have been
Submit a
valuable.
request.
Yeah, you'd have to do like a lookup record or something.
Yeah.
Because this now says submitted request item. Whereas before it said,
Did it say something different on the previous one?
I thought it did.
All right, conditions. I don't think we care.
You just want one record.
Well, we're going to need to know which record item that came from, or won't be able to get the variables for it.
That's a good point.
So let's go to that table
not,
and pick a record.
Yeah, let's
might
find
not
one.
have any variables.
Yes.
Many of the demo stuff doesn't. Become a meetup organizer.
Become a meetup organizer. Use this.
That seems like a good one. And
That
we
should have some
got a random
variables, right?
number. Nice. It absolutely has some variables. I'm going to get the privacy shrubbery available just in case.
What is it called? Request a
Become a
meetup.
organizer.
Yeah.
Meetup. That's the right thing.
Like with star.
The star meetup.
Become a meetup organizer. Chuck had it. Nice.
That is what I said.
I
guess we could have just searched a number, but that's fine.
And we need the. Yeah.
I want them all. Actually, well.
Oh, you really do want me to get the shrubbery out. All right. I'm ready.
Well, I don't know. I guess meetup chapter.
Yeah, that should be enough.
Something that definitely has data in it.
City and meetup chapter absolutely have data.
All right.
You can't submit them without it.
That's good. Let's get city.
Action number 2.
Where did you go?
Or action number 3. Action number 3. You're on action 1.
Drum roll, please.
Yeah. I thought those were.
I'm starting to become a fan of being able to say you're on action number 3, not action 1.5.6.7.
Starting to become a fan? There's no conversion necessary.
I was on the fence on whether or not I like the simplified numbering or not, but I'm starting to get on board. It's a lot easier to communicate with another human, I think.
Yes, I was thinking
we did get a record.
You were in a big room at Knowledge doing a conference on that.
And we got a value of the reference value.
There it is.
Okay, so
wait, that's not the.
This is the. Please select the meetup group you wish to help organize.
Oh yeah,
they just didn't have a
city. Oh, because it's an existing one. Got it. Yeah, those aren't always. You don't require a city if you're updating a meetup chapter organizer that already exists as a meetup chapter. You only need city if you're creating a new one. So that makes sense. All right. So it can get it. It's not something just wrong with our system in our flow. It's
very sad.
All right. So yeah, now I'm a little sad. Oh.
Yeah. So I guess the alternate is we'll just script it from the record producer itself.
We can script it. That there is an alternative.
I mean, we could
catalog item.
But it's a
We
different
could
problem of
grab,
scripting,
yeah, we could do it
which is you could make it a
from within the
catalog item
flow.
and not a
Right.
and not a record producer.
Or we could just add an action that does the same thing as the get catalog variables and
Yeah,
outputs the thing.
we could do that. Well, we're at a good break point for that, though. Do you want to continue to pursue this? And also, I think I might start on a story myself on the side here.
All right,
Pick another one up.
let's
How do you want to proceed,
switch.
Brad?
You want to switch off? Somebody else want to share for a little bit?
I can share for a little bit.
Go for it, Andrew.
All right. Let's see. I'll move you over here, and I'll keep that over there for now. I don't know how the Zoom dropped out on the thing, but it seems fine. Let us know if the screen goes blank, because it shouldn't go blank at all. If we step away, I'll give us a I'll still broadcast a screen. So
Yeah, I've got
you
the
folks keep us
attendees
honest.
I've got the attendees at the top of the Zoom screen, so effectively I'm looking at the camera. I'm looking at right at the now logo, so I should see it appear or disappear. I'll keep an eye on it from time to time.
All right, let's go back to my window. Sweet. All right, I've got the ball again. Let's minimize that. All right, so I'll need to pick up a story then, because this one's complete. Seems weird that this doesn't have the status. Well, you should be in sprint tracking when you're doing that. I guess that's why. All right. Well, that's fine. We'll go over here. There is no current sprint. Well, now there is.
I'm on Verizon.
Nice. Gonna make me get out the soundboard. Hey, look at that one complete one. Let's see. We've got the ability to take picture was a work in progress.
Yeah.
I didn't say open that.
Oh, it does sometimes when you have mandatory fields.
Yeah. Pew, pew.
Will it save it if you don't fill in the mandatory field? Or will it move it back to the original lane?
And you go over here and yell at me there's no acceptance criteria. Pew, pew. All right. So I need to grab something, which I guess let's finish the blog. Let's do this one. I'm going to pick this one up.
What are we doing with the blog?
Blog stuff works. So on a previous episode, we worked on making the ability for our artifact manager to create blog stubs. And what we didn't do was finish it.
You're talking about the
deployed to
markdown,
production.
the markdown text?
Not just the creating the stub in the first place. So an artifact being able to create in GitHub the starter stub for our blog entries. So I don't remember which episode that was, and I almost want to pull it up just to see where we were at, because I don't remember. Let me change the to-do text real quick, because the to-do text is now finish artifact to blog automation. Bam. All right, got a new task. Sweet.
I'm intrigued because I think you may be saving me some time too, because every time I create a new blog entry, I go and create a new folder in my dev blog repo.
Yep. And so this will create a new entry in our dev blog repo. And then ultimately I want to be able to push the markdown from here into there if we need.
Sure.
So I don't remember exactly what we did, how far we got. I know we created them. So let's go look to see what automation we have, because
think
I'm
we
sure we did it
just-
in Flow Designer.
We did. We had it create. We had it create the markdown file in GitHub with the stub. I think
Yep.
is where it's
And that-
stopped.
Oh, you're
And that
right.
was the
I
goal.
do remember. Yes, it's crazy being sober when you remember things like that. Okay, I do remember that. The we had it making stubs.
Here we go. It's create artifact.
No, I think that was
No,
something I was
sorry,
working on.
my bad. I clicked.
Yeah.
I clicked too fast. I got excited.
That's why I started with CLS.
Bad. It's got to be older. It was yeah, a couple months ago. Sync.
stance.
Nope.
Upload
no.
video artifact. No. Schedule
No.
live broadcast. Post to LinkedIn.
Did we lose it in a
Yet?
clone?
No.
I thought you had moved it.
Oh no. Start Git.
Stub. Oh no. Git. Oh, that's troublesome.
Oh,
Maybe it was a subflow. Maybe it was a subflow.
That's
it
a good
might have
possibility, too.
been. No.
Nope.
There was definitely an action somewhere. Maybe you look in.
Let's check actions. That seems reasonable. Checking actions. Git.
Delete.
Really?
No.
I'm gonna start not believing you here shortly. Okay. So who in the chat is gonna go find where we left off and which instance we did it in? Because that's the perennial problem for us. Did I do this in production and not
Did we
sync it to
clone
source
over-
control? We did
Dev
clone
program
over
dev?
dev program dev at some point recent, in the last 2 months.
Oh yeah. I think we made it last time.
Jace is suggesting maybe a code search would turn up if there's any script in there.
We could,
It won't turn up some of
I
it
don't know if it searches through the script fields on Flow though.
because it doesn't. Yeah. Create blog file. Build
Ooh.
article stub.
They're in prod. Who's
They're
doing
in
development
prod. Oh no. You can't even see my video. It's great.
No, I could see you. The shame.
The shame I had on my face. That's because the integration is only present in our production instance and we did it live in production. Okay,
Oh, yeah.
well, so this is already in production. And why aren't we using it? That's what I want to know. If I could just complete the story by doing nothing other than changing to published or a condition on one of these. So we've got the actions. Have we just not tied them into a flow? Because that would be
I
hilarious.
think that may be it.
Well, let's go look. Is there a flow that's leveraging these actions? Create blog file and build article stub.
Probably.
I want to say it would be a subflow because I think we
I
had
feel
talked
like
about
it-
calling it from a script.
Create blog in GitHub subflow. Feels like all I need now is a flow. Pass in the artifact. And the reason for that was I wanted it to be able to, I think I wanted to tie it to a UI action, which is
Yeah.
why I wanted it to
Yep.
be a subflow. Easy
Yeah.
peasy to call it.
It's
So let's do that. All right,
it's
sweet.
easier to err
well,
on the
first
side of
thing
subflows.
is why isn't this in our repo in our subprod? I thought I had synced our.
Was it its
I
own
thought I'd
spoke?
sync these.
When we made that action, what was it part of Artifact Manager or what was it part of?
It's in Artifact Manager,
Okay.
and let's check the status of.
Are we going to have to? Ooh, we could have some merging issues going on here if we're going in both directions.
We'll figure it out. artifact manager. And let's
1.6?
see.
Is that what it says?
Prod doesn't think it has newer things. Prod thinks it's synced with source control. Does Dev not think it's synced currently with source control? Artifact manager here.
Yeah.
Bum, 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 bum. And let's take a look at source control. And yeah, we need to both commit and apply remote changes here. So, well, it won't let us commit until we apply remote changes. So let's apply remote changes and we'll stash our locals. Let's do it. Dun, 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 dun. Stash local changes. Let's see what changed. We got some new sections. Some complex objects from Flow Designer, the post comment flow, some ACLs. Yeah, I'm fine with all that. Let's do it. Hey, guess what's great, kids? It's not uninstalling my app. You can't see me. I'm doing a little happy dance.
Doing the victory dance.
Wait, this is on Paris, right?
It is.
I was just trying to scare you.
Let's switch to oh, why won't it? Oh, it's not easy to do that. Here, I'll do this. This is easy.
You wanted to see you do the dance.
Little victory dance. Little victory dance.
The
All
not
right,
installing victory dance.
let me not installing victory dance. I love it. Let's see. Go reshare. Switch back to the right view. There we go.
Successfully applied commit.
All right, and let's apply our stash changes and then let's commit them. Because before I do my next set of work, I want to commit.
Yes. And then Dev will be in charge.
We have meet cam requests in the chat.
Yeah, so I'm ready to switch to outside for a little bit. I went out there and it's actually quite nice, and the wind has stopped blowing so much. So because it was making too much noises for me to be able to do it earlier.
You didn't
Love
change
the wind.
your version though.
All right, let us commit all this stuff.
It's curious that at the bottom it still says 1.0.0.
Many and all of the things.
I hadn't noticed that my birds are gone.
Yeah, I'll need to increment the version as well.
Brad, did you put the birds in the smoker?
Hey, we're only
Not today.
smoking four-legged things today.
Tastes like chicken.
I do like a whole smoked chicken.
I thought prod was like 1.5 or 1.6. I couldn't quite read it.
Prod's 1.6.
It's only 2 digits too. How does that work? Sidon Andrew is online. He's at
Upside Down Andrew's visiting us again.
He's one of our
Yay!
minimum viable products.
He is. Let's do 6.1. Save. All right. Now, what was I doing? Oh, yeah. Hopefully now I should be able to minimize some of this stuff and get down to what I want, which is flows. And I need, no, subflow. Hey, subflows aren't here. Guess I'll just have to launch Flow Designer.
That was
Oh,
intriguing.
wait, I already did. Here we go. Subflows.
Flows and actions, but no subflows. What? I wonder what the rationale for that was.
I should probably reload Flow Designer in its entirety. Subflows. There we go. All right, let's see. Updated. Hey, where's my subflow?
Yeah. What was it called? Blog. Something blog.
Create blog and GitHub. It's
Okay.
not very tricksy named. Let's give Flow Designer the chance of Rutro. Rutro George. Is there am I on a wrong branch or something? Master branch artifact manager. Where's my subflow?
Don't know. Is there a table we can verify? I mean, it's pulling from a table here anyway.
I mean, this is a table we can verify from. It's right here. Well, that's disturbing.
That is a bit disturbing.
Because this definitely here in production. I mean, what heck? Let's go to the source. I can get this. Let's go get this thing subflows. So that's the sys ID of my subflow. And it should be under How did it? Wait, I opened it in a new window. Where did it go? Am I losing my mind? I know I opened a new window.
Oh.
I clicked the name and the name opened Flow Designer. Oh, wow. That's interesting.
Maybe they don't want you looking at the
they don't want me to be in the list view. And I agree. Danger lies down this path, everyone.
Here be dragons.
There be dragons here. But I did get the sys ID, so I should be able to come here to GitHub, sign in. Yes, you're right, GitHub. My existing account is not available. And then I should be able to go to Artifact Manager in the correct org. And then I should be able to, in this org, search for this in this repository. No.
Ooh. Did it not push?
So that means that production hasn't appropriately synced. But it thinks it has. Ew.
Yikes.
That's not good. Because I have done commits in prod. Let's take a look at update. And then the table name is syshub flow. And it's not input, it's just plain Jane, no input. So further down.
Everything there is months ago. Oh, days ago.
These. And then so I should be able to search for this sys ID. And it's not there. 12 days ago, though. And that's the initial commit from prod. Like this is from prod. So for some reason, that flow isn't published here. Okay. Well, well, what do you think I should do? I'm thinking maybe I just because I definitely don't want to lose it.
No.
How about
complex to grab out a sysupdate XML? I can't make a change. It was the action and a subflow, right?
It was 2 actions and a subflow, yes.
How long do you think that would take to copy and paste the pertinent bits and just recreate it in dev real fast?
Oh, I mean, if I need to move them, I'd just move them with an update set, which is easy enough to do. Publish or unpublish, publish in an update set, and poof, you've got your 3 files in there. What I want to do instead is, I think what I'll do is I will just make a change here so that it thinks there's a change.
Let this be a lesson to you, kids. Don't do dev in production.
Well, that's true too. But also we had version production just became Paris.
Yep.
So let me go change something I don't care about, like new artifact created. That is a notification that I don't care about. Why? Why do you exist, new artifact created? And why do you have a field that's required that's not populated? Really? Update.
Sounds like a blue jay.
Okay. So now I can, I don't really want to apply remote changes. Because that'll see that there's the subflow doesn't exist here and remove it. Ugh. But I can't do a commit because it'll say, hey. And well, it also doesn't think it's changed. All right, well, that's a different problem. Well, let's move it then. All right, let's create I am in production. We'll go to update set. This is why I'm quickly moving towards everything is in source control and we're fully syncing, and we've been moving there with Artifact Manager, but we haven't quite gotten it polished yet. Move.
While you're doing that, I will be right back.
Certainly, sir. Jace, that is what I'm going to do. Is I'm going to touch the flow and prod and publish it. I guess that would work for source control too, even. Actually, let's do that. Let's just modify this at all. And let's give it an output. Let's give it an output of the URL. from the artifacts record. The stub. Was it the short URL? Ah, whatever. I don't actually care what I put in here. Oh, I have to set that in the output. Haha. URL. So I need to set output. Flow logic. Set flow outputs. Get flow outputs. I want to set flow outputs. Assign subflow outputs. Set it. URL. So artifacts. Draft URL. Publish. How's your cook going there, Brad?
It's going. I'm I need to wrap it in about.
Yeah, I'm at the needing to wrap it stage as well. Save. Publish. Build article stub. You need a space in use script. Publish. The other thing I'm going to do, just because this is production and I care a lot, so I'm going to export this app. Does that seem reasonable? Feels reasonable. And then I want to never use update sets again with this app. That's my goal, is to never use it again. Now that we can deploy to production from source control, I want to never use it again. Update sets for this particular app. Hey, Andrew, if you're still around, you want to jump in? You're welcome to come join us if you'd like.
Alrighty, I'm back.
Hey, Chuck. I touched the flow and the two actions, and then exported my. Well, I haven't. Did I hit export? I didn't actually hit it. I dumped my app into an update set and exporting it, the whole app.
Wow. Okay.
Just because I'm nervous, because I'm about to, do terrible things to it.
Well, while I was out, I went and got one of these.
Ooh.
It's happy hour somewhere, right?
It's happy hour right here, where we are together.
Yeah, we're right at the normal time.
We're at regular time.
Right. Yep. My alarm went off, I think. I'm in a horrifically later time zone than you.
You're 30.
My announcement is I have my son-in-law he went to the Russian store and he got me a nice big 1-pint bottle from the Soviet Brewing, 100% Soviet Brewing. I've got another Russian beer here. Velvet dark beer with mild taste, product of Russia.
Well, this isn't very interesting to look at. How about we pop back to this? Are you ready to pick back up some, Brad?
Sure. Do you want to, are we popping back to the screen share or the video?
Yeah, to use screen sharing. Wow, changed files 1009. That's terrifying. That's legit terrifying. I'm going to be terrified alone on this, so
That's a
you go ahead and take over the screen share, Brad. I want to do this one alone.
Take it from you. I think you have to
there
stop.
you go,
There
sir.
we go.
Here, I'll put the drink du jour. Hopefully they caught that before the screen share went into that.
All right. So I decided.
Were you putting in the multi-row variable set stuff?
Yes, that's what I'm doing.
Making a custom action.
I was just going to make an action that says get profile links and treat it like our get catalog variables multi-row variable thing works.
Sure. You out a complex object?
I'm sorry.
Yep. It's gonna spit out a complex object.
Yes, I wrote this while you guys were fiddling around with the get and update set stuff, and I think I am to the outputs section of this.
Well, we were chasing our own tails. You were doing something productive.
I don't know. I haven't actually tested anything, so I just kind of wrote all of this. So who knows if it works? I almost definitely have some sort of typing error because I didn't do a lot of copy and pasting. So I think there's a step. That's it. This is the step where I want. That's all right. So let's walk through what we're doing here. So I am pushing in a profile, and then we're writing some code that looks at the MRVS attached to the profile and outputs an array of objects. And then we are setting that, I'm calling that other links, and we're setting that to the output here.
This is a very specialized action.
Yeah. So what are the votes on whether we think this is actually going to return something?
I hope it does, now that I have beer to drink when we're right.
I mean, I hope it works, but my expectation that it's going to work is not as high as my hopes.
So
all right, input is not defined.
In 2.5 hours, you'll know why. Uh-oh. Inputs. Probably got a input.
I'm sure that is it.
I've done that before. And there it is, input.
Yep. Yes. All right. Let's try again. Test. And run the test.
What do we get? What do we get? What do we get? Oh!
So we got further.
Can I read property variables from undefined? Why not? Profile.variables. Really? Is that not how?
Oh, from undefined. Oh, okay. Inputs.profile. Oh, do I need to? If I want to reference input, that's just a sysid. No, that's not the reference.
I think you might be right. We might need to do a glide record lookup. Although I thought I had dot locked before. I don't generally pass glide record or reference fields in. I thought that worked.
Well, what if we
do a type We won't see the log output
Oh,
though.
it wouldn't tell us. Yeah.
Okay,
It's,
system. Oh, trust me, I've been doing a lot of these things lately. I have the system log in another tab all the time. At least it's one of your favorites. I like that. Okay. Oh, I hate that error message. I wish somebody would just take that out. Now that info message in the
back.
about to synchronize, done synchronizing.
I don't know why we're checking the logs. It worked while everybody was away. Not really. It's still not working.
You missed it.
Um,
Wait.
Yeah.
Didn't you want? What are you doing?
Wouldn't it?
Two string. What you got? A 2-string method hanging out there doing nothing.
Wow.
I didn't see you type that part. This is when it helps to have extra eyes on these things.
That's right.
We all do that. We all.
I don't know how long I would have looked at 2-string. All right. Let's try you again. Undefined value has no properties.
Like last Saturday, mine was, or the Saturday before last, I was writing a data stream and I just could not get the parsing to work. And it was one of those simple things, but it took me 4 hours to figure out. These data streams are hard to debug because you don't see what the request and the payload and all that stuff looks like on the way out and way back. And I wish we had better insight. Hi.
Hey, I'm made you host for a second. I need to relaunch Zoom. Can you let me back in?
Where is he? I hear this disembodied voice and I let him back into Zoom.
He was wanting to make sure he was about to leave and coming back in.
Oh, okay. I see. Participants, invite. So I'll see the little thing that goes, hey,
Yeah.
join. What if we don't?
Well, our error changed.
Okay.
The undefined value has no properties, which is so helpful.
Probably profile is not getting profile. We just want to go for and say,
oh, you know,
input stuff. We didn't give an inputs profile. We have an action input, but we don't have a script input. That would help. Andrew has left the building.
He's back. Nope, but we can't hear him.
I'm back.
Now we can hear you. Profile.
Your value says the word profile. And if the name is uppercase,
so
you
it does.
address it as uppercase.
Yeah.
There you go. Drag that data pill.
Maybe it'll work now.
These are good things for people to see. They're common things that we all do. So this is undefined value.
I like that we have some history on these executions, but I don't like that it told me I've already failed 5 times. Inputs profile, that is what we called it.
Yes.
Wait.
Where'd it go?
Did I not save the input variable?
I thought you did.
Let's try this again.
Can't even watch on the replay because it's not far enough behind. Profile, drag data pill, hit save. Didn't disappear. It disappeared. What's up with that?
Wow, really?
Yeah.
Huh.
Craziness.
We're not
seems
insane. Like it's time for a reload of Flow Designer then.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, that's not normal.
Because that's not okay.
Yeah, that's definitely a 500, not a 200. Right again. What? Is it just
All
mad?
right.
Try putting something else in, like profile sysid.
Yeah, let's.
In the database. Maybe it's upset that you're using an entire record.
That is it.
You can't pass a record to the script. Well, that's a bit disappointing. That feels like a bug to me. And now you have to go do a glide record query on a record you already have. Someone's got some splaining to do.
I want you to go.
Should we tell the people on the stream some of our ideas for CreatorCon naming?
I don't know. Is it public yet?
No. We could tell them our ideas. We don't know if they're going to come true or not.
I'm
No, we were coming up with yesterday. We had a CreatorCon because we've got CreatorCon coming up in October. We had a planning meeting, and we were throwing around some ideas. Somebody said, "Hey, how do we differentiate the one in the fall from the one we just had in May?" Because they're both called CreatorCon 2020. And if you got an email that says, "Hey, sign up for CreatorCon 2020," you go, "Oh, I already did that this year." We need to, we have knowledge, and then we have Now at Work, and it's clear from the branding that Now at Work is the thing in the fall, has been for a number of years. And CreatorCon was previously attached to some of the Now at Work around the globe. Well, this year we said, we're not going to do that. CreatorCon is going to be its own thing on its own date. And we said, well, should we come up with a new name? And we thought, well, what if we called it CreatorCon 2.0 or 2020.5? And I threw out this crazy idea of calling it CreatorCon 2020 Patch 1. And Andrew and Brad, I thought it was kind of funny and might actually work.
I loved it.
We don't think we're going to get away with that with our branding team, but it's just hanging out there. So maybe if everybody writes our branding team and say, I love it too, we go with that. Because we wanted something with a developer theme, not CreatorCon exclusive or something too markety. Trust me, we don't want that. Sometimes branding puts on their creative hats and not their developer hats, so we keep them in line.
Man, my smoke smells really good. It's pretty great out here.
Yeah, I've been.
It is time to wrap mine, but I'm gonna hold off just a little longer.
Mark Scott says, "Give us their emails."
That's what
I don't know specifically if there's a person that gives the thumbs up, thumbs down. Probably won't get as high as, Mr. Chief Communications Officer.
There we go. It was all formatted odd, and I was like, well, I guess it just can't handle this. But no, there was a reason. I was missing a close print.
Shift tab.
I should have known. I know. I did a shift tab, and everything got all weird. All right.
You saying fall made me remember and Andrew pointed it out, the seasonal names, because it's also not fall.
Yeah.
Where Andrew is.
That's right. You had jokingly said that. It felt kind of flat, but the more I think about it, the funnier it gets. I said, no, because fall isn't fall for Andrew. He's moving into spring. Did we get any output? Did we get another error? What did we get? I missed that one.
Yeah, I got distracted. Brad will tell us so.
It did not like this.
Other underscore links? Oh, well, that's the name of the variable. What's up with that?
Pretty sure that's the one. That's the only time.
Did you put output or output?
Did you define it in the bottom?
Outputs.
Yeah. Other underscore links.
At the end, it's defined.
I think this should have a scope error, even though it's in the.
You started an array, you populate the array with an object, you push the object onto the array, and then you assign it at the end. That looks
fine to me.
pretty straightforward. Oh, it may be because it's inside that first if. If you didn't hit that first if, then you're returning something going, what? But no, that wouldn't be where the error is coming from, though.
I don't think so either, but let's...
But you wouldn't get a value at all if you missed that.
Yeah. I don't think it's that smart.
Such faith.
I don't think the error we're getting is a factor of it being that smart. We'll see though.
You get Blue Jays. I get the landscaper with his blower. I don't know if you can hear any of that.
I can't.
He's right outside the window. I think I've got. That's when I'm happy I have this gate on the mixer.
I think this may be where our error is.
Oh.
The other links.
That other link.
Oh.
From profile.variables.
And other underscore links is your multi-row variable set, right?
It is the name of the multi-row variable set, but let's double check that just to make sure.
You might have to run to script's background and do a quick glide record query and find out if that's exactly what it's going to do.
Oh yeah, that's looking good.
He's peeking.
I'm peeking.
Is that a grill next to it?
It is.
Okay,
yeah.
So you got a grill and a smoker. For a minute, it looked like two of the same devices.
Yeah, mine's
so
not
looks
as
right.
Mine's not as the same. Brad's got a real, wood fired offset. He's a true Texan over there with the serious business. I've got a pellet driven electronic one.
Brad, I would take like lines 5, 6, and 7 and
smack them in a
put those
background
into
script.
script's background and just make sure that part of the
good.
query is working like it should. Of course, you're going to have to supply a sysid.
I do need a sysid.
And close out that if, but we'll at least find out if it's
let me find the...
if it's falling down on something easy. Every time I have to do something like this, I feel a sense of defeat.
What do we have open here?
Okay. Would expect to see object out of that. And other links are undefined.
Well, let's see.
We don't have to use a method or something like get options or something, do we?
So let's... I mean, I'm wondering if we, if this is an issue with the way...
The record producer thing again?
What if the table, it's not extended from task, can we still use...
But it was able to do your variable editor, so it has to know it's got something out there.
It's true. Well, let's...
Unless the UI macro that drives that formatter is smart enough to go, oh, I got to do some other thing here. Okay.
It's been so long. This isn't it. It doesn't.
No.
It's just variables.email, right? Are you trying to get
even...
It's not even, it doesn't like variables.
Yeah. it won't let us access the variables.
We are at a
Really?
bit of an impasse.
And you tried variable too, I assume?
Not yet.
Okay. Well, we know profile dot the email one, it's not multi-row or anything, it's just normal.
Yeah, it's normal. And
Drop
it's-
into global. Drop into global, would you?
Same.
And do variables dot. Do you know the one for the email field?
Yeah, I mean, it's
Is it just straight email? Yeah. Huh.
because I can get to, so like
Profile.email renders.
I can get to the fields, so we have the right table. It's just not getting to the
Valid
variables.
record.
So this was this is a table not extended from task, which maybe means that we can't get at the variables. Andrew suggests that we may have to
we might have to navigate to that table ourselves and grab them.
Yep.
Well, let's go take a look. Do
Which, I mean, that's easy enough.
Yeah, I see item option list and see if the variables are out there and what they're related to.
And how they work for MRBS.
Yeah.
It's the SC and Tom.
It's one of those times when you're like, yeah, I'm glad I extend most things from task, but this thing is definitely not a task bit. Like, this is a profile.
Yeah.
Not a task.
Right.
There was no opportunity to extend from task here.
And I guess you could make an argument that there was, because the person comes in as a candidate, they're moving through a process, but you're not really assigning it to anybody to do it.
Yeah, there's no one getting assigned to do the task.
Yeah. Anybody remember the name of the table that stores the variable values?
Item. I thought there was an option.
There's one for record producers and one for not record producers.
Yeah, I don't remember off the top of my head. We can look for it.
Just go to the
SE item options.
Use the R Notes plugin extension to go to the tables searcher and put in here. I always have it handy in my go-to sheet here, but you could probably search for it.
So just we had some people come in. What we have is we have a table that's not extended from task called profile. And we have a record producer that populates this table. And so we have the variables associated with the table. And what we want to do is take these other links from the multi-row variable set and populate them down here at the bottom. So we have tried to do this a couple of different ways, but run into some issues. So we know we can get at this data and make it happen. It's just a matter of, the first way we wanted to do it was with the get catalog variables and then looping through the multi-row variable set and flow designer without writing any code. But that didn't work because it doesn't look like you can do that against record producers. And then the second way was accessing it through the script, but it doesn't look like we can use the variable value.
I need the sad trombone. Nice thing about this long format is we don't have to feel like we're rushed to get this done by the end of the hour.
Yeah.
Well, I want to accomplish something because I've tried to do two things so far. I have both failed.
You're just swinging big.
I feel like this was not swinging big.
Where? I'm struggling to get.
It looked so successful when we did the flow and we got the variables and then nothing happened.
Yeah, and Andrew asked if we tried to do it in the record producer script. We have not yet, and that is
Which we could
the other
do.
option.
SE
well,
item
let's see
option and question answer are one of the pairs. So question answer, I think, is the record producer one.
Because my mind associates.
I want to try doing this to the producer. What was it?
Question underscore answer and SE underscore item underscore. Sorry, my computer's not running the fastest. And option, SE underscore item underscore option or question underscore answer.
I don't see anything in there that looks real recent. 9/2/12 company named.
Name. This is definitely the. I mean, it's got the table name.
Type, email, YouTube channel URL. I don't see the MRVS in there though. Those look like the variables for, unless
I think the
untitled ones.
I think the multi-row variable set's stored in a different place. But I wanted to just see that we have the email one there, right?
Yeah, the email is here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
It does have
the Gmail. Yep. Okay.
And so we need to go find the multi-row variable set one because that's actually the one we actually care about.
Yeah.
And I don't have that stored in my handy little list. So we'll have to go look up in the table which one's the multi-row variable set answers.
We do it through the record producer script.
Well, that'll get you the source, but it won't get you where the answers are. But maybe the table name will be something that we'll be able to find the answer table to that.
Well, I think I can. So if we do this. Say MRVS is producer. Do we need variables on a producer? I don't think we do, right? It's just producer.variable name.
Yeah.
Ooh, that would simplify it, wouldn't it?
Let's see. What I want to do.
It's not the most reusable chunk of code if we put it there, but it only has to do one thing right now.
We can move that into something. Is there a field I can just dump this into? Notes.
Wow, you're doing some mean things to this. I like it.
Notes equals. What do I call that? Just can't. And then producers, is that right? Do we think this will work?
It's got a better chance than anything we've tried.
All right, let's try this out. Give it an email. Can you guys still hear me?
Yep. Yes. Did your batteries go dead?
One of my headphone batteries just went dead. Charge that one while this.
That's about right. Yep, 2.5, 3
Yeah,
hours.
I'm probably about at that time too.
And I'm going to add 2 just because I.
Mm-hmm. Ah, the good old days when you had to fill in a form to test your script. Okay.
Oh, there's something.
Nothing in the notes. Anything in the log?
Nothing in the notes. I should have logged it. Oh.
Well, if it had an error, then it'd be in the log. Can you have a log tab open?
What time is it? No, that's 10 minutes. This was now.
Yeah. No. Nada.
So I'm not convinced that this is working.
Mm-mm.
So any other logs y'all want me to throw in?
Do you want to toString that or JSON stringify it, or just let her go and see?
Give us also the producer.email one.
Oh, just to prove that variables are coming out right?
Yeah, just to prove that we're doing anything useful at all.
Have we done anything useful at all today? We got form layouts.
Well,
Hey, I'm making some delicious meat.
oh man,
I'm
It
drinking.
needs to be wrapped though, but
mine needs to be wrapped. I need somebody to take over after this.
Chuck, it sounds like it's going to be your turn to take over for a minute.
Okay. You think I can pull a rabbit out of our today?
Or we could just, have 10 minutes on the stream where Brad and I are wrapping our.
That's true.
Don't leave dead air. I'll fill it with karaoke.
Oh.
I can find something. We're not done with this CLS to artifact manager integration yet.
All right. We're just doing the one from this one.
Okay. And dangling temp views cleaner. Never heard of that before, but
Don't know what this is.
that's not for us.
So we didn't get anything.
Wait, those aren't sorted by created date. What was up with that?
They weren't?
Before they weren't.
Looks like they are. Oh, you're right. Yeah.
We had that
Well, they are now, but yeah.
From midnight or something. Okay. They're there, but we don't have anything in the log. All right, this feels like we might have to park it for a little while.
And you were using scope log statements, right?
Yes.
I was using GS info.
Mm-hmm.
Just use info error debug warn all the time. Save yourself some headaches, kids.
All right. I'm going to stop share.
Okay.
I'm going to stop share now.
Okay.
Do we have...
So far, we have attempted a couple of useful things. We successfully did some form redesigns. Then we worked on
that's true.
creating an action in our mobile app for submitting images for a new checkpoint for our cooks. And we got partially done there, but we need to figure out how to appropriately reference the cook record when we're hitting new there. So we got the image as an attachment, but we didn't reference our cook appropriately. And then I was working on our subflow for pushing to GitHub, our artifacts, stubs for blog posts, and I am still working on syncing the production instance with source control, doing the stashing of more than 1,000 entries and then reapplying them, and then doing a commit of more than 1,000 entries back to the repo. Not the fastest thing in the world. So it's almost done, but I'm getting pretty close on that. So I'll be able to pick up that in a few minutes. It's almost ready. And then we were just working on here of trying to get data from a multi-row variable set into some related records. So some data population for record producer where we used a multi-row variable set. And now hopefully Chuck can pick up and accomplish something in Artifact Manager. Now, one of the stories I had for today, Chuck, was Chuck and I agreed that I was going to make some adjustments to Artifact Manager, and then I didn't write them down. And so the story is legitimately have Chuck remind me what I was supposed to do, and then we should do that.
It has something to do with we were talking about the hierarchy, the architecture of I know what it was. We were thinking about, do we need the YouTube table and the community table? And we were moving a lot of that information into the artifact record. We recognized that we already had a lot of the information there, but we just needed to do some tidying up to make it a more holistic thing so that we could have a proper parent-child relationship between a blog post and a video, or a blog post and a podcast, or maybe the podcast was the parent and the blog post was the child. But that way we could get the views for the YouTube and the views for the community and and we just had to clean up the data model a little bit. I think that was
yeah. And I think the outcome of that, you're charging my juices there a little bit. Hey, Brad, you want to start wrapping your thing, and Chuck and I will walk through this a little bit while you're doing that, and then
sure.
Then I can wrap mine. So if you want to pull off video, or you could keep it on, I don't care either way. Whichever way works best for you, sir. Good.
You guys can watch.
So I think, Chuck, we wanted to keep, we wanted to get rid of the side ones entirely, right? And we were going to keep them all as artifacts and just with children.
Yep.
And I think that some of it was data model cleaning up, and some of it was thoughtful inclusion on which things had automation that would trigger off of them.
Yes.
Because we didn't, we wanted to make sure that the automation, when it happened, was structured the right way.
Mm-hmm.
So I think for the ones that are live streams for us, for our side, it's pretty straightforward, because it's going to have child records, but it won't be a child of any other record. And so that could probably be a trigger for our live stream. For the organization structure for yours, do you have so your community live stream, that feels like it should start as a live stream record.
I agree. The live stream and then the community is a child of that.
and then the community entry, and if we do a blog entry on the developer side,
Yep.
those would be child
Yeah.
things, and we could possibly trigger the automation for those things based off of whether or not they were a parent or a child, potentially, because if they've got their parent record field, then we could treat them differently. And for the video ones, we could treat them differently if they had a parent populated. So I think that mostly solves that data stream
Yep.
or that automation for me in my head, at least for, I think I want to create the blog stub in either case, whether or not it's a parent or a child. I'll create the blog stub. If we create a blog entry, we create a blog stub.
Mm-hmm.
And for community, I think what we would do is, if it's got a parent, we'll create the automation, and if it doesn't have a parent, we won't create automation.
Do we need new
Because
type
we're
for community?
Go ahead.
Do we need a new type for community?
Yes, I think right now we've got that as a separate
Yeah,
record
it's a
type.
record. Yep. But video would imply YouTube in this case.
And so I think community as an artifact itself needs to be a separate entry. Yeah.
Yep.
So I'll create that other type. And so some of those community articles will come in through automation, but they won't have a parent. But the ones we create with a parent, when the parent state switches to something, or it will trigger the child state to move to that state, which will trigger the automation.
And I think it would work okay.
Does that make sense?
I think that would work okay with our two separate apps right now, because I'd be starting out, until I do a full migration over to Artifact Manager, I'm still entering data into the CLS app, and I need to get the triggers at the right point to start managing the Artifact Manager content. And if we're starting with a parent record of live stream, I don't know what that is until about 24 hours ahead, which is fine, because we could create that parent record, the parent Artifact Manager live stream record. The CLS information is pretty much done and baked at that point. I mean, I've got all the topics,
right.
HTML for the community. I've got everything else all ready to go. When we get to that point, it builds the Artifact Manager live stream and two child records for community and, well, blog. If we wanted, are we thinking about putting that into a blog? I mean, we can pick and choose at some other point.
So we're thinking about putting our live streams in blogs.
Okay.
Sometimes.
I don't see why not. Yeah.
So I think that was going to be less direct automation and more invoked automation. Mm-hmm. Wow, that's a lot of Brad's beard. So yeah, I think that automation will be more like a UI action, as I'll decide that I want one.
I think so.
To be created, a blog created from a live stream. Because sometimes, I go back and I add I've been trying to be good about that recently, adding descriptions, more detailed descriptions and breakpoints along the way for the videos. And sometimes even the YouTube description field isn't enough for me to add the clarity of text that I want to add later. And that's when a blog would really be appropriate, is when I want to add like a couple of paragraphs of content to go along with the YouTube. But that's not going to be every show.
No, but we could potentially layer in that templating technology that I've got that from the CLS.
Absolutely, which is pretty cool.
At a later date, right, to say, take this related list and make a nice layered thing in here. We've got some built-in methods that I discovered from the docs. This is for the viewers. I can't recall what the method was, but there is a script include that will let you go out and get, when you see in an email message, it says like $curly owner or $footprint or whatever. We can do that pragmatically, because right now I've kind of hand built my own, and every app has its own little meta tag replacer. We don't need to do that anymore. We discovered a better way, and we'll build
Oh,
that in.
nice.
But we can take care of that. We can build a lookup table. We can build a library of templates and maybe even conditions of when to apply which template. We can do all that. I have no problem with that. I don't think that should be a priority one though. First, it's really going to be, can we get this hierarchy and can we get the content where we need it so that it's ready to stage when we get our community API? We just go boom, post this or update this, and send me back the URL or go get the stats. We're going to need a few different methods, I think, for getting and posting to the community when that comes. But same kind of thing to the developer blog, same kind of thing to YouTube. We've already got the YouTube stuff pretty much squared away. But yeah, this doesn't sound too catastrophic. We just need to finish committing your update set so that I can play in dev again.
I believe I have just completed stashing and deploying and committing everything between dev and prod. So I believe dev and prod are fully in sync now.
Do you want to double check and make sure that your subflow is there?
I am legitimately refreshing that on my screen right this very second.
Trust and verify.
So I think it's all there, but I'm verifying it right now. Because I don't want to do this again, because that was not a short exercise.
No, not with over 1,000 files.
Create blog in GitHub is in subprod, and actions, build article stub, and create blog file are in subprod. So we are in a state in dev program dev that we can actually pick this back up. Yay! So do you want to pick up for a minute, Chuck? Or
sure. I can do that.
Okay.
The right desktop here. I think it's this one.
And then I'll get my pork shoulders wrapped up, and I can.
A browser that wants to play. How much screen do I have to work with? I can't. I'll tell in a sec.
It looks. I can adjust.
Program. Dev. There we go. And singed with Google. There we go. How's my Zoom? 125 ought to work.
Let's see. You want to work it?
This dashboard is broken. Okay,
that's not a fun statement.
I know. I don't have any real data, and I don't know if all my reports came over. What's odd is like this one works and that one works, and ooh, this is old data. But for whatever reason, there's 2 reports that didn't come over for that one. I'll fix that later. Easy to do. I don't want to do
I'm adjusting your screenshots, so don't do anything with yours right now.
I'm doing nothing.
Just from adjusting screen size, you can.
So we
want to keep moving.
We wanted to go to Artifact Manager. We didn't want to go to CLS at this point. Artifact Mangler. There it is. My watch says, "Hey, you've been sitting for a long time. You want to get up and stretch?"
You have been sitting for a long time. So what are you going to attack right now? You want to add the new category?
Yeah, let's take a look at the data model. So let's go to Studio.
That's right.
Artifact Manager. Seems nice and speedy, quick to me. And we have our artifact table. We have our community content table, and we had our YouTube. I'm trying to remember what our discussion was around this. Let's start with the low-hanging fruit first. Let's go do our design form and add that type real quick.
Okay. I've got the status updated, and everything should be fine for me to step away for just a second while I get my stuff.
Layout.
All right. Go wrap your pork shoulder.
Oh, are you telling me I lost the layouts?
Worm layout.
That would make me really sad.
I'm really sad too. That was our only success so far today.
That is that's something special right there.
And it's not in prod anymore, is it?
Oh, it's definitely not in prod because was never in prod.
Dang nabbit.
Oh, well, I can fix that really. We made all the decisions, so it's really easy to fix now.
Yeah, that's true. All right, I'm gonna go back to what was I looking at? Video view. Video view. We'll start there. And type is gonna be type. Doesn't matter about the view. App, blog post, CFP, content block. Do all these still mean something to you guys? Okay. I'm gonna organize these first alphabetically. LMNOP, X archive goes at the end. Oops, below a nothing. Marketing comms. LM. NOPM. This is exciting part of the show. Digital marketing. Ooh, come on. Digital marketing. All I wanted to do is add one type, but I'm being a little OCD here. Workshop status, in-person event. Webinar status would go right about there. UVW. Try not to sing the alphabet song when you do this. D to L. Okay, how are we doing? A, B, C, C, D, E, D, 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 I, L, M, N, O, P, R, S, V, W, W. Online event. Okay. There. And we need a type. No, type is community. We need that up in the C's. LMN. Okay. We now have a community type. Always disturbs me a little bit when there's no OK or save button on that dialog.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know.
I just did a lot of things.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to save this?
Okay, so type is done, and we have a couple other tables that are happening here. We're trying to collapse 3 tables down, and what we noticed when we went to community content is we had a lot of similarity, like count, links, publish date, sound like an artifact record, sure does. View count sounds like an artifact record because we had the same kind of there. And then we looked at YouTube and did the same thing, with the exception of like channel ID, which I'd like to make a reference to a channel table. That way we could have like properties. Something I'm stealing from the karaoke app design. Playlist is, oh, that goes to a YouTube playlist. But generally what I found is the playlist is your uploads playlist and it doesn't change too much. And a little tidbit of information, if you look at a channel ID, it's like UU something about 25 characters long. The upload playlist is always UC and the same 25 characters.
Huh.
So yeah, kind of a weird coincidence. I don't know if that's always true, but it's always worked for me. And again, we have a URL. We just have a video ID, and I'm trying to remember which of these elements we were going to bring over onto the artifact table, and which we were going to like repurpose as dual purpose things. I can't remember. We need Andrew back from wrapping his carne. Let's see. We wanted. I wonder if I should do this in Form Designer. It might be a little faster to create the fields at the same time. And that way they end up on the form where I want them and not on the floor. So let's go back here to video view. Try not to get a little OCD and worry about redoing all this form layout again. That you can rewind the video if you want to see what we did before. In fact, that's probably, we'll tell Andrew to do that. Go back to time mark about an hour and 10 minutes. A nice screenshot of what we did. Let's see. The title, we got abstract description. And we have things down here like view count, like count. Sound like stuff you can get off of YouTube? You sure can. We don't need this record if we're going to be referencing a parent. But what we do need is what? To turn this into, let's take the low-hanging fruit first. Community. What is on community that's not already on the artifact record? The author. Well, if it's assigned to that person, would you agree that that is the right person? Is there something?
Yeah, we've generally used assigned to as author.
Okay. So is there anything in here that's not, that you can't get out of society? The ID. Ooh, community ID. We might need that if we're posting to the community. Do we have community IDs?
I don't think so. Like in the, on community, yeah, you have an ID associated with your user.
Sys ID?
I think if you go to your profile, I don't know, it may be your sys ID, I'm not sure. But if you go to your profile, you can see that there's a user ID there.
User profile, user equals some
URL.
ID. Okay. All right.
Yes, we do have their profile IDs, and in fact, I've got that in a record in our instance.
It's in community author, right?
Yeah.
So we could put the author field on the artifact table. I'm just looking at what do we need to
we could probably just attach the community ID to the user's ID in the system.
In the sys user table?
Versus on artifact manager directly. And then the assign to, we can just do assign to's dot community ID as the community ID when we're doing the integration, right?
Okay. Do you want a community ID on sys user? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah.
That I can do. I don't do create table column too often, but when I do it in production.
Does that make sense? Unless we want to create like a profile M2M or something, but
nah.
But it's a one-to-one thing.
Yeah. My Chuck Tomasi artifact manager sys user record is only ever going to have one community ID unless we somehow get multiple communities flying out there somewhere, but I don't see that happening anytime soon. Sys user, call it a string, which is good. I know it defaults to string, but I'm being a little careful today. How's community ID sound for you? That is the
Sounds lovely.
Call what?
Sounds lovely.
Okay. And remember, it's going to be sys underscore user dot womp. Okay. I know it only needs to be 32, but I'm going to say 40. You know, bigger is better. We don't need a default value. We don't need, do we need it mandatory? It won't let me do mandatory. Interesting. Okay. And that huge sucking sound you hear is a field being created. There it is. It's probably nowhere near on sys user where we need it, but I don't even care if it's on the form or not. Okay, so we've taken care of ID. We don't care, we don't care, we don't care. Title? We don't need title for, oh, that's playlist. I'm sorry.
Why are we on, I was like, why are we on playlist?
We're on community author. Okay, there's nothing else here. We don't care about community author. We are looking at community content. Got it. We've got HTML content in the artifact record. Favorite count. We don't even track that on the new community. Do we? Favorites?
We track.
We have helpfuls.
Helpfuls.
Okay.
Which those sort of aligns to favorite, but
we could do that in
necessarily.
And we
absolutely
have the artifact, so we don't need that. We've got that last refresh.
That's just for being polite to the APIs.
Okay.
So I'm not sure that it's relevant. So we're going to leave it off until we decide that it is.
Yeah. Once we get our community API, we can figure out what we need and what we don't need. Permalink, we've got links all over the artifact table already. Publish date, we've already got publish information all over the place. Subject, we can use the title.
Yep.
Or we can craft a title or something. Okay, and view count. I think we are
Sweet.
Good. Community content.
That feels great.
Yeah, we didn't even add anything to artifact yet. Now let's do YouTube.
That's why when we were looking through this, we were like,
these are really
seems
simple.
like we don't need this.
And just for the record, Andrew and I did have a discussion about maybe doing a hierarchy table where we have like a parent artifact and then we have the extended attributes for a community or for a YouTube. And the more we looked at this, we said they're already pretty dang similar.
We were like, there'll be like one extra field for each of these or two, and
right. It doesn't really pay to extend.
It's not enough for
Okay, so
extension.
Channel ID on YouTube. We were going to make this a reference, but are we going to have a channel reference field on an artifact? Is that what we decided? I'm trying to remember our discussion. It was over a week ago.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember it as well. I think we didn't. I was trying, like when we create them, we don't care because the context gives us enough information to know where it needs to go. But when it comes back, do I care? I don't think I do.
Well, I'm thinking we're going to be gathering stats from videos on multiple channels. So I like to track.
Right, but I don't necessarily know if I care which channel it's on.
I mean, when you're looking
at, if I'm polling them per video, that might be something that we need.
Okay, let's take care of that real quick. We can always reach it later. So let's go do create table. I don't know why I even bothered. It was right there at the top. Create table. My cursor was even on the right spot. Okay. YouTube Chanel doesn't extend anything. We are going to have an ID, and it is going to be 40 sounds.
ID is not enough for anything related to YouTube. Which ID are we talking about?
The YouTube ID, the channel ID. Oh, I'm sorry.
The YouTube channels ID.
Right, this is the channel table.
Oh, that's still a struggle for me. They use ID an awful lot.
I know they do. You want your field called channel ID on the YouTube channel?
No, I don't want it. Yeah, I can't do that. That would be too bad. But I might need like a hint for the field to say that it's the channel's ID.
I like that answer. That's a good answer.
You can put it on the label and then have the field name.
Channel ID is the label, and then the field is ID.
Okay, I gotcha.
Feels like a good compromise.
Here's what we do.
Yeah, so you create it with ID, and then you go back and edit the label.
Yeah, and when you're looking at when you're doing something in IntegrationHub or something, yes, you're probably going to get confused and go, where's my channel ID field? Right. Labels, label, channel ID, channel IDs. Have you ever seen plural field labels used anywhere? Except on a table? Why would that even be a thing on a field?
Yeah, for fields, it doesn't make much sense. But it's a generic form, so it's just how life lives. Because tables and fields are all in dictionary.
Yeah. Okay, so I even put a hint in there for you.
Thank you. I'm appreciating you, sir.
I'm not going to do it for all the fields. Okay, that was channel. Oh, we need a reference field on artifact for that. Now that we have our table. YouTube channel.
Ooh.
Reference.
Man, my wrap is already helping quite a bit. How's your temperature there going, Brad?
I didn't probe it once I wrapped it, because since it's ribs, it's kind of hard to get the probe in the right spot. I'm just gonna trust that it's gonna get where I want it to go in 30 minutes, and then I'm gonna pull it out.
That sounds about right.
I think we already have a video ID in here. YouTube video as a reference to YouTube video. We took that off the form. We don't need it, but we do need video
look for
ID.
look for generic strings Don't
Okay.
look for the column. Just look at strings and see if there is one.
Sure. Slug state created type. Nope.
No. Okay.
So
it is on video. What is that noise? Oh, that's my headphones are getting weak.
I don't hear any noise. Okay,
Well,
I'm going
one
to
of them died.
well. I'm going to relabel this as well so that internally it will be video_ID. Or would you like it something else? Let's all agree we're all going to be using this app. Field name versus label name.
I'm walking away, so it's whatever you rule.
What table are we on?
Artifact. Thinking about the video ID. What do you want to call it? Video ID? YouTube video ID?
I think video ID is probably good, right? Because
Okay.
if we ended up using another, like something other than YouTube, then we could use that same field.
Vimeo or something else. Yep, you are right. All right, let's make that. Those are usually short, so I know the default of 40 will work, at least for YouTube. Whoa, wait a minute. If this is a podcast, I was just looking at the APIs for our podcast host, and they have some seriously long IDs. Do we want to call it video ID and then have a separate podcast ID? Maybe we just need a generic ID field.
Yeah, generic.
And we better make that
generic ID.
Yeah.
This is on Artifact Manager, right?
Artifact. Yeah.
It's on Artifact. Is that too generic for Artifact?
It's a pretty generic field. We need something like remote ID or something.
Third party ID.
Third party remote. Can you not hear me?
We can hear you.
Correlation ID. How about that? We'll still
correlation ID is fine.
All right.
And then bump it up to just call it 100.
Yeah, I was going to do the same thing. Yep. That ought to work. Because if you look.
More than 40, it's 100.
If you go to, like, here's our hosting provider, and I look at some of these clips, they have some seriously ugly IDs. Where was it? That's a slug. Okay, you're getting a little behind the scenes. Maybe it was the playlist ID. Something was just like 5 digits of hex and 5 more digits of hex and 10 digits of hex and 5 more digits. I'm like, ooh, okay. Did I spell correlation properly? I can't tell. Correlation coefficient. I think I did, if that's what it came out to be. Definition is 2 R's, 1 L. A mutual relationship or connection between 2 or more things. Sounds like a good label to me. All right. Thank you, old-timer programmer on the platform who named the first correlation field. What else do we need? We need the playlist. Ooh. Do we need that on Artifact Manager? Do we use that? Do we care what playlist a video is in?
Yes, I care what playlist the video's in, but not like hugely important.
Okay. Is it going to help in automation when because we would need to retrieve playlists from that channel in order to make it useful in automation.
Yeah. And we are retrieving them right now on the YouTube video table.
Okay.
And my upload process needs the playlist. So yeah, we need playlist.
All right.
We do need playlist.
We need a YouTube.
So we need to genericize that, to not just. I think playlist is generic enough to just say playlist.
That would work.
ID.
I'm good with that.
Trying to catch up on the chat here, which I haven't been at in a while. Oh, what gloves were you using, Brad? Man, I feel like I missed things.
Oh, when I took my ribs out, I have my insulated rubber gloves that I can handle hot things with, but not get my hot gloves off.
right, back to the YouTube table
Yeah.
playlist. Published at, we should be good with the date and time. Updated, is this updated? Title we've got, URLs we've got all coming out our ears, and video ID we just put in as generic correlation ID. So YouTube table, I think we've just pretty much obsoleted that. All right.
Yeah, seems like it.
I leave that to Andrew to clean up the form. Oh, we were going to have you just rewind this video back to where we were before.
Yeah, I heard you all. I wasn't on. So I heard all that.
Okay, and our playlist table has a playlist ID and a title, and that's about it. But we're not going to worry about the title. We're just going to get the playlist. Okay, we're going to leave that there. We'll see. Maybe that turns into a reference field at some point later, but we don't worry about that. Okay, we have, I think, our artifact table. Design form. It probably put these. I made some changes.
You already had it open. Yeah, you already had it open.
Okay, and I had it on the right form too, or on the right view. Let's do that. And
man, we need to switch to the stop share for just a second, Chuck.
Oh, you got something to show us?
Brad's view looks too great. We just need to transition to that for just a second. Like,
I'm gonna call the fire department.
That's looking magical back there, Brad.
I've wrapped
nice.
it, and I need to crank the heat up a little bit, so I threw a couple extra logs on.
Mine's not smoking nearly that much. I need to go press a button or something and get some extra smoke. That's looking great.
Well, I don't know if this is actually good smoke. I don't think I would do this if the meat was not wrapped. But it is very smoky.
Yeah.
Just letting it soak into his shirt too.
Oh man, your clothes smell so good after you smoke something.
That's right.
At least to me. All right. Sorry, I got distracted, Chuck. We can get back on it now.
That was worth it.
But I thought that was worth sharing for everybody for a second. Like, it just looks so cool.
Bill says, surely that's a virtual background. No,
it is not.
He had to get his gloves out for that virtual background.
We can see the, I can prove, oh, we stopped.
Let me do a refresh on this. Do we have a table for comments, community comments? Or yes, we have a comment table.
Yes.
Good. I thought so. Because we'll want to integrate that.
And we want to keep that a separate table.
Yes, I agree. That's a related list to an artifact, because you could have comments on your YouTube video that would be different than the blog. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. And those will be coming in from different APIs. Man, there's a lot of stuff to build here. Huge opportunity. Where'd all our new stuff go? There's correlation ID. There's playlist ID. There's YouTube channel. I like it. Okay, and we're gonna rearrange all this stuff.
I'm at 198, Brad.
Ooh, nice.
I'm getting excited.
Okay, so what was next on our list?
About time to pull.
After we had that discussion, what did we decide, Andrew?
You expect me to remember something? Oh man.
No, sure, why not? Otherwise,
what we were supposed to do next. The next thing. Well, if you wanted me to pick up the screen share, I know what the next thing I'm gonna do is.
What do you want to do?
Make my UI action for creating the stub.
Log slug? Do it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that could be some good success for the end of this.
All that effort getting that subflow, we're going to use it.
Yeah, I'm going to use that subflow. So here, let me grab the screen share. Screen share. Let's see how angry it gets at me. My laptop has not been wild about hanging out outside today. I didn't close enough stuff, and so it's a little angry. I think, can you see my flow designer?
Yes.
All right, sweet. So I'll go into the subflow, which is where we were at before. I am in dev program dev. I seem to have the correct stuff. So I'm going to open create blog in GitHub. Then I'm going to grab the handy dandy. Once that opens, I think I clicked it. click. The handy dandy, run this subflow script from the little kebab over here on the side, which is code snippet. And so we want to grab this guy because we want to do it server side, yes.
Oh, look at that. And they've got the new API in there too. With the get runner.
It is the new API.
Very
so
nice.
Click the little handy dandy copy code snippet to clipboard.
Those of you who listen to Breakpoint with Dave Slusher know all the value of that.
Minimize that. And then over here, I'm in Studio and I'm going to create a new UI action. On our artifact manager. So let me minimize the Studio, which is one of these buttons around here.
Did we need to bring over credentials or anything?
For what?
GitHub?
Oh, I don't actually care if it works in dev.
All right.
But yes, probably. But I also don't care if it works in dev.
Now we need that. Now we need that.
Because we've tested the subflow. We know the subflow works, and invoking the subflow via API, I'm not that concerned about it, actually. We're going to do create stub.
He's going to get that most interesting man in the world meme going, I don't always test my code, but when I do it in production.
I think that was my shirt yesterday. I love that shirt. Artifact manager. We're going to name this create. Okay. Browse. What? It logged out. Okay.
What? Looks good to me.
Yeah, I locked myself out of my computer, so now I'm back.
I hate it when I used to have a hot corner that would do that. Not log out, but it would like lock the screen or make
it locks the screen. It's on my hotbar, and when I hit dash, it's right next to that. It's right above it. Active, not on insert, maybe on insert.
I put my display to sleep or locked the screen by hitting a hot corner accidentally on a Zoom call, and it took 5 minutes to get the thing to come back.
Get back.
Yeah, people were asking me, Chuck, what do you think? Chuck, your mic is on, because they could still see me, but they couldn't hear me, and I needed to unmute my mic in Zoom. Oh, so mad. I said, no more hot corners for me.
So I'm going to probably put a condition on this to only show up. I think I want it context, not a button.
Oh, okay.
And I'm going to throw a condition for states here in a second.
I don't use context quite as often as I use like the links, but did you want it on insert as well?
I'm debating that, actually. I'm not sure.
Okay.
So let's see. I'll add some more conditions in a second. Let me see what I need to pass into here, which is I need to pass in. So let me go to my flow and see what my inputs are.
Oh, yeah, you need to pass in the glide record.
I need artifact.
Current. That's an easy one.
Is current. That's very tricky.
Love it when subflows and UI actions go together so well.
Artifact equals glide record of table. Well, this is going to be really tricky.
Yeah. The other thing
I think that's it.
I like to take.
I don't think I need anything else.
I like to take line 11 and just break it into a vertical format, so it's not dot this, dot that, dot this. It just makes it a little easier to read, and you can find that. Is it foreground or background? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. I mean, we can break that up a little bit. So just right here.
Yeah.
Stub it over, and then break this one down.
The sad part is the shift tab thing doesn't work that well on this.
That's good enough, right?
Done.
Workspace. Heck yeah, let's do it. No. Okay, you want me to do other things. I'm not ready for you then. What else? I think that's fine. I think this is all I need.
You want a condition on this? Is type current.type equals blog?
Ooh, that is definitely. And let's go get what that value is actually.
Yeah, get the value and use 2 equals.
Yeah. Let's go blog. Sure. So now, which will be another window, which y'all won't see, but basically I'm just going to go to the type field and grab what the entry is for this one, which is legit the string blog. But much better to go check and be sure.
Well, and yeah, you might get uppercase or lowercase thing going on too.
Yeah, and it was lowercase. And those equals need to be next to each other, and I think we're good to go. Blog. So let's go see if it shows up. So that's saved. So I'll return back to my blog. I'll give my blog a reload. And
great stuff.
Now I want to add a new condition.
What's your new condition?
Is slug is empty.
Oh, good point. Do you want to do anything with the state?
I'm not that. It's a person doing this. I'm not super concerned about state at the moment. I will probably add something with state, but yeah, I'm not worried about it. As long as the slug's empty, I don't care so much. If slug's populated, then that thing already exists.
Yep.
And we shouldn't see it. So let's reload. We should see it here. And then if I put something in slug, we shouldn't see it.
I don't think there's an active field on this table. But that's typically something else I'd look at as active is true. So good idea, Phil.
Save. Nice. All right. Victory was had. I guess I could give it a shot to see if it'll work. At least I'll get the execution and get an authentication error.
Sure. Just to make sure that the flow wants to run.
Yeah. Just to make sure the flow itself is happy, even if authentication isn't. Did I not tell that to run async?
It said in foreground.
Oh, well, I'll adjust that then because I don't want.
Yeah, that was a bit lengthy. Error. 403.
Open connection areas. Nice. Because that alias doesn't exist.
Yep.
Which is entirely appropriate.
Yep.
That's good enough for me. That feels like victory.
Love that acceptance criteria.
Hey, you know, if it feels like victory, you should roll with it. Let's turn off the share, which I have done.
Yep.
Switch to the unshared view. Oh, we're missing a Brad. There he is. Hey, Brad. We declared victory, even though it wasn't like all the way victorious. It was really close.
Oh, I was watching.
Okay. So yeah, I need to move that connection alias over here to even give it a shot, but it invoked the flow with the information I wanted it to do. And we tested that flow. So it's victory for me. I'm happy with that. So that was a lot of fun. Do you have a picture? I did not snap a picture right before I wrapped, but I've got I've got a just before wrapped in
the one you put
our
in
channel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here, I have
Do you
one
have one?
somewhere. Let me find it. I have one that I posted to the Slack cooking.
Let me
channel.
share my screen then and show how my cook is doing, and then you can share yours.
Want to just sure?
Here we go. Bam. There's mine. So it looked a lot more done and crusty before I wrapped them. Like it had a much darker color on them by the time I wrapped them, but they're looking pretty good. You wanna throw yours in now, Brad?
Sure.
How many meals is that sitting there, Andrew?
All the meals. It's my family and my sister's family, all of us for 4 days for all the meals.
Nice.
How does that look?
Ooh.
Can you see that?
Man, that's looking magical, Brad.
Off the screen.
Much smaller.
Wow.
This was a couple hours ago, so it's blacker now. But yeah,
That is looking good. Nice, sir.
You guys might have me talked into this. My wife and I were out for a walk the other morning, and the barbecue place was just firing up their smokers.
Yeah.
It's not even 8 a.m. yet, and you're hungry for barbecue. So, yeah, I could see parking one of those outside.
Well, that was a lot of fun. I think, yeah, I must have, so I had to do a bunch of conflict resolutions when I did the syncs between prod and dev. And I basically just deferred to pretty much everything in prod that wasn't clearly a new thing in dev. And so I lost the sections to the form adjustments we made.
Yeah.
But I think I kept everything that was actually like useful, like development work. And if not, I can cherry pick it out of an earlier commit because everything in dev was committed. So I can pull it in if I need. But for the form section redesigns, I'll just redo those real quick.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, did we not commit that? If it was,
yeah, I committed it. Absolutely, everything was committed to source control, so I could. Nothing is lost. It's just not in dev program dev.
It's just what's quicker, rebuilding it by hand or going and getting the sysui section,
Right.
sysui section element records.
And for the form view, it's easier to just rebuild the thing quickly.
Yeah, that's true.
Since it's just two of them. But if there's anything else that we missed, I can easily just pick those out and pull them forward into the future commit. That's not too much trouble, but very, very soon, I think as of like now, we'll have no more update sets for Artifact Manager because all of our instances should be in sync once Brad's clone gets synced in. You have some Artifact Manager work in yours, right, Brad?
I don't think I have any Artifact Manager work.
That means we're done.
I have a dev program resources clone, which didn't have any Artifact Manager stuff.
So I think update sets are dead now for us.
All right.
For Artifact Manager, and we'll get. So we've got some automation to deploy these things upwards to our test and prod instance, and we'll get that rolling for Artifact Manager and show it off in another future show. So this was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it quite a bit. I hope anybody watching enjoyed the show here.
Yeah, had quite a few people hanging out the entire time.
Yeah.
Thank you everybody for joining us for sure. I had a milk stout that was pretty good.
Ooh.
About an hour ago. That was pretty good, and it was a good solid 4. I don't have the bottle with me, but it was pretty good. What'd you have today, Chuck?
I had the Velvet from Russia with Love. Hey, I think that's the same girl that was on the can that I had last week. I'm gonna have to go look, but
She looks vaguely familiar.
it does look very familiar. I wanted to give her a name, but anyway, no, very good. I'd give this a solid 4 also. It started out nice and chilled, and as it got warm, it actually got really good too. So it's one of those that can be, chilled
Oh
or
yeah.
room temperature. Because usually when they get warm, we kind of go, not so much anymore.
Some beer types definitely get a little
Yeah, and
not as good
some are
warm.
better at room
And some are
temperature.
better warm. Yeah.
Yeah. So
British beers tend to be happy
yep.
warm.
Yeah.
Did you say your brother brought that over or somebody
My
brought it?
son-in-law got it from the Russian
Son-in-law.
grocery store. Yep. So I give it a solid 4.
Nice. And you, Sir Brad, with your nice ServiceNow newer shirt than my older Creator Con
Right.
shirt.
Where'd you get that? Is that an Orlando shirt?
My Orlando shirt. This.
I never get any
Is
release.
that the Orlando shirt? Because that's definitely the Orlando shirt.
Yeah.
There's a different shirt I have that's an O, that's a ServiceNow one. That's not the Orlando shirt. And it confused me the other day until the next day I grabbed the next shirt in the pile and it was the Orlando shirt. And I looked at it and I was like, oh, this is the Orlando shirt. What I had on yesterday was not.
Nice.
How was your beverage, sir?
Mine was a Karbach Toberfest from Karbach Brewery, which I enjoy the name, and I'll give it a 4. It was pretty good. Yeah, it's a good outside beer.
Four.
Give my chocolate milk a 5. Can't go wrong with chocolate milk.
Oh, well, this was too much fun. I'm gonna go get my gloves. Get my gloves and get my pork shoulders out and let them rest for a bit, and then pull them apart and make my pulled pork sandwich for dinner. And this was a lot of fun. I hope everyone who watched it enjoyed the format. We got to knock out some of our stories, and man, we took some big swings on some of these, and we weren't victorious on all of them, but hey, we took the big swings. Coming up, you just released latest Breakpoint, didn't you, Chuck?
Yeah, there's a Breakpoint this morning with Wolf Wedemeyer, the guy we talked to on the 18th on Tech Now about Now Experience components. So we had that discussion.
Nice.
In a couple of weeks, we're going to be talking with Jivanjot about upgrades. So that'll align a little closer to the timeline of Tech Now. We're starting to get more in cycle rather than catching up. I've got another special episode coming up later in September. So there's one between Jivanjot and Andrew. Andrew's at the end of the month to talk about Oktoberfest. So we're going to get that. But we've got another special one. It seems like I was planning every other Thursday, and it's practically turning into every Thursday or Wednesday. Wednesday. And it's becoming every Wednesday. I don't mind. I'm happy to produce. The audio podcasts are fast to create, easy to deliver. So hopefully everybody's enjoying them. If you're not already subscribing, go over to bit.ly/sn-break-point and you will find, or search for Breakpoint. You'll probably see some tennis podcasts, but search for that on your favorite podcast directory and look for the one, obviously, with the green ServiceNow coloring.
Awesome. And coming up in October, so next month, you'll hear some more from us very soon about our Hacktoberfest event. Our MVPs are really actually driving a lot of the coordination for that this year for us, which is great. We really appreciate that. So we're going to be doing spokes and Now Experience component building, which carries on from your conversation with Wolfgang.
Yep.
For the component building, and carry over from last year for creating spokes. This year we're going to be extending some spokes, so adding some extra actions. So it's a little bit lower barrier for entry because authentication is already handled for you. So you can just look at some examples, look at their API and see which ones you would like to have that aren't there and extend them. And we'll be sharing a lot more information about that later in this month, definitely before October hits. Anything that I didn't remember that I should, Brad?
No, it's well, it's mobile week on the developer blog. So we had a post yesterday, and we'll have a kind of a highlights post tomorrow, and then next week will be virtual agent and a little bit of workspace.
And
Paris,
also,
that is all Paris specific.
Speaking of that, let us know over in maybe like the Paris PDI announcement overview blog. So it's sort of in one spot. Let us know if the grouping in categories per week is useful. But we tried it out, and you know, you tell us. We don't know if you're actually happy with that or not. So we've tried to group the live code and the blogs all together for one area at a time for this Paris early access window. But let us know your feedback on whether or not you think that's valuable. I'll probably throw a survey up into the developer community later next week for that. But throw a comment in there and let us know directly on the blog if that's a valuable experience, or if you've got a better idea of how to pair them together, because we're happy to take your feedback. And with that, I appreciate everybody joining us today. If you're watching us later, well, this is a lot of video, and I'm amazed you got to the end, and thank you for being here. And have a great week. And it's not Friday.
No.
So tomorrow is a work day for us, which is very confusing. I'm gonna definitely be confused tomorrow. So
Yeah.
Thank you so much, everybody. Have a great week. Bye-bye.
Thanks, guys.